I'm about to get some good value out of my video editing software when I go upload this VOD later. Alright. Hopefully things have been fixed. I'm gonna find out. Alright, Dino, let's go. Hit me up. Sound the same? Sounds better? Sounds worse? What's good, fam? Alright, well, we're going to move on. Here we are. Final game of our first set of the 2v2 Shadow Roulette tournament.
The sword is yours, pilot.
While Lightman & Company had a very dominant performance on the first game of Boomtown, members only answered right back in a very close 4-3 round count finish. Here we are, where the next map is going to be Crash Site. So, we're going to ride along with the Lightman squad. Opting to take the double ion once again. Again, the double ion has been very popular because, again, it covers a lot of picks, covers a lot of bases very easily. And they're going to take this hillside. Ions drop the triple wire, and they're going to run straight into the double Legion. Double Legion, I imagine, is going to have a very hard time coming up this hill, especially with the Vortex shields in play. Meanwhile, the battery is being claimed. No guess power shots coming up from the double Legion squad. Meanwhile, they will land one. However, one will get reflected. All the power shots have been used, so there's a ton of damage being dumped out. Meanwhile, Zeri able to hang around still having energy. Smartly, I think, disengaging from this hill. There's no battery in play, so they're allowed to claim that other one. Zeri's probably going to look to open this hallway. Oh, unfortunately, he threw a laser, but Nuki second-guessed himself, so he didn't land the damage. Zeri gets away with a ton of health. Still. Nightman out into it, man. Up this hallway. Laser Crow comes out. The Legion smartly back away. Greatest game coming out from the squad. However, they don't know that Nuki comes moves to the backup. Zeri gets himself also Laser Crow. Nuki comes unfortunately beating the Vortex shield. And on the other end, Bannyfly falls down due to Zeri's laser core. The Ions win King of the Hill. That's going to be 1-0 for Lightman Squad.
Controls are handed to you, pilot.
Here we are once again, coming up this hillside, and here comes the double Scorch. We all know it, we all love to see it. However, as I stated before, the teams who have ran the double Scorch composition haven't really seen that much success. They understand the batter of the bottom is being taken, opting to send some shots that way. So this Ronin, whoever's up top here, is going to find himself a unique Bannerfly, opting to take the disengage, battery in the back. However, he is pulling in front of two Ronin. Does get back in safely, but Lightman eating a ton of damage for him in trouble. We're going to go back to Zeri here as, he recognizes the Ronin has phased up the hill, so the Ronin is successfully regrouped, I believe. Fun, getting a little bit of damage in wherever he can. Lightman might be the call to target for this members-only squad. Lightman himself running out of health, doing as best he can against Benny, but now he's running straight at Nuki. Not a whole lot of help to work with. Bennyfly going to find the sword core after beating up Lightman. Meanwhile, the call is to focus him down, and he'll get taken out. Now it's Zeri by himself. Two sword coring Ronins in his face, holding thermal gem for dear life. As a matter of fact, you can safely stay. Scorch does not counter Ronin. 1-1 is the score. Ronin now out of play for the members only squad, so they're not gonna have that pick for the rest of the game.
Welcome back, pilot.
They're going to have to come up with more strategies as they progress further on. I like the attempt of the double Scorch pick, but again, hasn't seen that much success. Even in a format like this, Scorch, well, hate to say it, but he's the worst Titan for a reason. But we're going to see if they opt to run it again or change to something else. They're going to run it again. Now, this Scorch pick is either going to potentially win the round for them, or it's going to cost them 2, and it might cost them a set. Zeri, beat around the corner. Monarch! Oh no, this is not good. The double Scorch versus the double Monarch. Now the good news is that technically the Scorches can pass this way if they have the right kit on. The bad news is that the Monarch shield is going to mitigate so much damage, and the Scorches are essentially never going to be able to catch the Monarch. This is going to primarily come down to how many shots does Zeri and Lightman find onto the Monarch for damage, or if one of them steps, even if one of them steps out of position, it doesn't matter that much. The quad dash more or less is on both these players. But speaking of positioning, Yuki opts to position very aggressively, but he himself does not stand in the thermite. Very nice attention to detail there from Yuki Club. They're going to get the arc run online as well, meaning that that thermal shield will not even protect Scorch. Well, it's not even heck rated doing that already. Manking thermite shot off the wall, trying to see if he can find damage onto the person who is embarking in his Titan. However, Lightman will fall, and now it's just Zeri by himself. He's facing down two Monarchs from the members only squad, and you can already see that shred from the Exo-16 coming in. Zeri by himself, the Monarchs approaching up the hill. He's trying to defend himself in this corner. Yuki Club opting to play super aggressive and contain this Scorch. He's gonna get duped, he's gonna get punched, and he's gonna be sent to checkmate. Members only. Moving up. 2-1 in the round count.
Half-time.
You know, I like to imagine Nookie Clunk, as he approached up that hill, he said Monarch to A4. But if I followed up Monarch to B2, secured themselves a nice kill at the very end. Surround and attack. Should preface that I don't know anything about chess.
We haven't lost yet. Let's show them what the 6-4 can do.
But what I do know is the round count is 2-1. And they're going to run the double Scorch a third time. The absolute gall coming out from these two players. We're going to see if it finds some success this time around. They are determined to find a successful win with this Titan. And it's going to be Benefy. That is completely isolated. But Lightman's already taking a ton of damage on the way in. He has to be careful because if he gets duped from the back, he can look for a power play from Benny. Benny tries to find the rip. Great eject from Lightman. However, he couldn't find the arc grenade does land. Zeri might be able to isolate this target. He does get in onto Benny, but Benny, again, smartly disengaging. Doing a very good job surviving despite being the target from this team. They're going to find a demon. Benny's going to find a laser core over the wall. Here it comes. Shot comes out. Benny goes down. Flame core coming online relatively soon, I imagine. Still doesn't have it. Well, he has to watch that tripwire. That tripwire might do him in. Surprisingly, Zeri still doesn't have it. Laser core coming around the corner. He's going to find it. No, it doesn't hit time. The laser core will seal the deal. Very close. A little too close for comfort. The flame pillars were right there. Another maybe another even like 0.1 seconds. That round would have went a completely different direction.
This is yours. We are stronger united.
But again, the Scorch falls. We're gonna see if Lightman and Zeri keeps opting to run.
We're taking a beating.
This
Come on, we can
comp,
still win
or are
this.
they going to change it up? There's been a lot of picks that's been used, and smartly they have made the decision to change up the composition. Lightman going to go for this bottom battery with the Ronin. Doesn't seem like he's going to be facing any aggression on this battery pull. He's going to get it for free, but now it's going to be Zeri stuck in this 1v2. And the double leads are going to come out. Zeri smartly disengaging, gets a decent amount of damage. However, Lightman has to find his way up this hill. Again, the double load is a dive composition. I believe all the power shots have been used, so Lightman looking for aggression. Onto the 2 leads, op 2, completely regroup. Unfortunately, it's a power shot for the show. Doesn't need that one. Doesn't need that one either. Lightman has successfully bought 3 power shots, but he's getting shredded. Zeri comes up with a sword core. Great melee timing from the Lightman. However, the 2 runners are duped. They're going to try to find aggression on Benny. Benny doesn't see the punch. Benny starts swinging now for his life, but he throws up the gun shield. Unfortunate decision making. He's not going to be able to find the rip. He threw the gun shield as a panic, and he's going to fall over. That's going to be another round for the Lightman squad. The Scorch didn't get results, but the Ronin sure did, and they still got a ton of picks available.
Welcome back.
So now they know that the members only squad may potentially look to lock in this Legion pick until the end of the round, similar to their Colony gameplay. So I want to see, yes, they are going to select the double tone. The double tone is the selection, but it's going to be very difficult to run this pick into. Actually, never mind. Members only going to opt to select tone themselves, but Lightman's going to get punished for his battery pull. We've seen time and time again how risky Lightman's pulls have been. Ray Sharker Rocket's coming out, going to find some damage. However, he's going to be the target of focus. But he gets a lot of damage by standing in the hallway. Fly and Nuki are both hard focusing Lightman. Lightman going to try to find as much damage as he can in return. Lightman's going to find Salvo Core. He's going to Salvo Core potentially both members. He did a ton of damage on his own. He's going to have to take an eject here. Nuki Clunk barely survives. Benny less than a bar. Nuki Clunk already out of the game, and now Benny has to fight Zeri's Tone. Benny fights smartly, takes out the pilot, but Zeri hot on his tail. Unfortunately, couldn't find the Striker Rockets that time. Can he find the Striker Rockets this time? And he will seal the deal. Evening up the set, 3-3, we're going to a final round for our first game of this tournament.
Pilot mode online.
You know, what if Lightman and company opt to pick the double Scorch again? I would want to see it, but I'm sure they're going to want to win their match. And yes, the call is to win the game. They're going to select the double Legion for themselves. Nice move from Lightman, actually getting himself a ton of headway up this hill. If they catch one of the tones out, Sonar is going to be able to find both tones. Both tones are going to opt to disengage. Double wall drop. One of the Legions could potentially look for huge damage coming up relatively soon. And it will be Zeri. Can Zeri get around the corner and find a power shot on a one tone? He's on the right side. No, he doesn't find it. Unfortunately, the tone disengage is successful. However, Nuki's going to eat a little bit of minigun damage for himself. Lightman hanging around, trying to see if he can find a power shot. And it's going to be Zeri that's going to find it, getting a nice chunk of damage onto that tone. Benny Fly off to secure the battery for himself. Meanwhile, the double Legion is probably going to look to hold this hill positioning. He happened to play a gun shield. Ooh, but unfortunately, Benny's a little too close. However, he's going to get Salvo Core, I believe, relatively soon. So the Salvo Core should eventually win this fight. Double pressure comes out. However, the Legion damage rings true. Can Lightman find the rip? No, he won't. He, matter of fact, he'll smartly take an eject. Great job from Lightman. Unfortunately, the final air grenade kill. That 40 mil will kill Benny. Zeri trying to find a kill onto this tone. Can he find the sneeze? No, he has the enhanced ammo. He doesn't even have the power shot. However, both the tones are doomed. So if Zeri can find just one good power shot onto any of these tones, they will be eliminated from the game. Dash Crusher comes out! Oh, smart play from Nuki Club to drop the wall for the battery. However, does he get away is the question. Smart Core comes out. He's going to be able to shed this wall, but the other one's going to come up relatively soon. Okay, power shot! He doesn't find that mark. Didn't switch to long range mode, unfortunately. Zeri not going to be able to find a kill. Zeri going to circle around this way, but I believe the call from him is only going to be wanting to go the other way, correct? Oh, he barely doesn't find that one either. The tones on the members-only team are surviving with barely any health left. Zeri has to be careful how long he chooses to hang around this specific walkway. Another long-range power shot. Can't find the mark that time either. Taking his left side positioning. He's going to run straight into a tone. No, matter of fact, he will, but he's going to get Salvo Core for sure. He's going to try to kill. He actually gets the kill. Huge. He's going to try to get the kill again with the other MGL, but now the particle wall will save Benny's own life. Unfortunately, the Lightman squad doesn't find the mark at the very end of the set, and members only will win the first set of this tournament. The clutch and try to come up huge, but he actually did run face first into the tone. He didn't expect that one of them would rotate all the way through that cave area. And he made slightly different decisions. Even if his power shots were just, speaking of that, even his power shots were just barely off the mark. Couldn't find the damage to seal the deal, to kill on a 1, forcing the other tone to play offense. Instead, he will fall down. Members only happily riding out their win 2, further in of the winner's bracket. Go. Meanwhile, we're going to get our next match set up. It's working perfectly fine now. You know, Dino, you know what I think it was on why it sounded like an auditorium? Believe it or not, I'm going to be fully honest with you guys on the stream. I think it's because I had my bathroom door open. With how loud I speak and my bathroom being directly behind me. Yeah, so that could have been the deal. It might have just been picking up straight up my bathroom tile and like echoing throughout the room because of how loud I absolutely am. I had it open because my mom was here and well, I was helping her pack up, so. But hey, open the door real quick, test the theory. Well, right now I'm waiting for an invite, fam. But alright, bet. I told Camp. Camp, if you're in the stream, by the way, you are on the next match. The result of that previous match, White Man and company unfortunately got sent to the losers bracket. Zeri couldn't find the clutch onto the double tone composition coming out from the members only squad. So members only will advance towards the winners semifinals. Right now, waiting for our next match. We're gonna have, I believe, Sin City and their opponents, whoever their opponents are. So we'll get started with that relatively soon. I've said it before, I'm just waiting for an invitation. One second, I'm opening my door. Okay, so my door is open now, and I'm speaking pretty loud. Is that the case, Dino? Is that life? Is that why? That's what it is? Oh, there you go. I'm gonna shut my door now. Shit. All this trial and error because my bathroom door was open. How about that? So, I guess the minus perks of having your bathroom being directly in your room. Apartment life. It is what it is. So note to self, alright? For future tournaments, I can't have my bathroom door open. See. Oh, shit. Oh, I forgot I have to do it this way. The EA app is a little weird. I think it's this, and then it's, yes, it's that way. Alright. It's done. Please invite me. Thank you. Right back into commentary mode we go. And here we are with game 2. Or game 2, excuse me. Set 2 of this 2v2 bracket. We're going to have Sin City, consisting of the classic of Boyka and Camparius versus... They have a really long name, so I'm just going to say the LSD squad. We have LSD and Mr. Stasis Evolved, aka not Nova V2. And right now, they've immediately discussed their picks, and we're going straight into the action. We're going straight to Boomtown. Again, should mention that all the players in this lobby are, in fact, Xbox players. So we have the Xbox v Xbox action coming at you. Now, I believe all these players were also in the Xbox tournament. So we're going to see what kind of adjustments that they're going to make in these PC style event. Boyka and Camp opting to select the double tone. Boyka obviously known for playing the tone on the Sin City roster himself. They're going to sonar out. Looks like the Ion. You're going to get used to seeing that a lot. First round Ion. One of the Ions getting off her battery already. Later shot being held up by the other Ion. Trying to see if we can snipe this battery. And it's going to be Nova on this right side. Camp does find the lock on the one. He find a lock on the other. He gets some partials on the LSD, but he's going to eat a lot of damage. Camp's trying to find a little bit more return damage, and now he's going to be down a particle wall, and he's going to get reflected by LSD as well. He more than likely is going to fall down here. Camp doesn't even opt to melee box LSD away. He's going to punch Nova away, though, and he gets a lot of damage, but he's going to fall down. No eject. Actually, Boyka gets goosed for his trouble. That's why the collapse was on the Camp. The double tone pick, unfortunately, falling apart so fast. Boyka looked for a cheeky battery pull, and he got taken out of the game, leaving Camp in a rough spot. Camp falls down as well. That'd be 1-0 for the LSD squad. The double ions will no longer be available. And I believe the double tone might have been in response to pre-picking the double ions, but they're going to run it again. We've seen time and time again how if it doesn't work, run it back. That's been kind of the motto from the LTS side of the community. Going to be the double tone versus the double tone. Nice stick by Boyka. Going to find himself a lock on to not Nova V2. Boyka understanding that Nova has... Wow, actually Nova has an angle onto Boyka's Titan. Or somebody does. Boyka's barely... Actually, no, he doesn't get the battery. He dies for his trouble again. Boyka tried to be greedy. We saw previously in the previous game how Lightman's greed was heavily punished. Nova opted to just go over there and farm the Auto Titan for the Salvatore. So now Camp is going to have to win a very difficult 1v2. He has to take this fight versus LSD, and he has to take it fast. Try to do as much damage as he can. Does a lot of damage to LSD. He might have to full aggro. Zavalcore is going to be incoming from behind in a few seconds. Uses dash. LSD smartly body blocking. Zavalcore comes out, and that's going to be the end of camp. LSD and company. Unfortunately, or fortunately, going to take a 2-0 victory for themselves. Meanwhile, Camp trying his best to fight a 1v2. Can't really do that on his own if his teammate gets goose twice in a row. Well, you're going to have to think twice about these battery pulls. And, like, we saw it with Lightman. We're seeing it here with Boyka, but we're going to see what the adjustments are going to be. Boyka and Camp already making those adjustments, and they're taking the double ion. But I'm kind of curious as to what pick they're going to run into themselves. It could potentially be, well, anything from the other squad. It's going to be the double Ronin. The one Ronin is already here. Mr. Not Nova is going to eat a ton of damage. Camp thankfully spotting him out. They try to find another cheeky kill on the Boyka. And Boyka will make it out. However, now Camp might be the one who's surrounded. Camp smartly disengages towards the bridge. And now Boyka's going to be the one to herd off LSD's aggression. And on the back, Camp does rip Nova for his aggressive play. It's going to be LSD understanding that he needs some kind of advantage, but is going to get punished for that battery pull. He's going to be close to Sword Core, but he's asking for a lot, especially when he's doomed. He's not going to be able to have any further play. Camp gonna put him in the ground with the Ion Fist. And that's going to be round 4, Sin City. Nova pushed up. He tried to find a cheeky play by holding specifically that side of the grandma house. His tactic's gonna put a stop by Camp, who opts to round the corner and see what was by the bridge area. Nova eats a little too much damage. LSD forced him essentially try to come back into the game with a battery pull of his own, but those tactics are going to fall apart. Meanwhile, Camp and Boyka opt to select the double tone for themselves. Boyka can potentially look for another battery pull. No, he will not. Instead, he will opt to run towards this rubble side to get positioning for himself. On the other side, Camp is going to be spotted out by 2 very hungry Ronins. I don't like where Camp is positioned, especially now that he's in the corner. He's gonna die for sure. Nowhere to go. Camp has to take an eject. The dive from the double Ronins is good. As a matter of fact, it's only our friend Stasis who's gonna eat damage. Meanwhile, Boyka has to take a 1v1 versus LSD's Ronin. LSD gonna phase in, understanding what kind of aggression he can run. Punch comes out once, punch comes out again. Meanwhile, tracking rockets are good. Stasis gonna go in for the melee. Nice phase, and now he's gonna eventually go down. Boyka's gonna be put into the air. The double Ronin dive is good. And they're going to secure themselves a 3-1 round count victory. We saw earlier how the double tones were able to conquer the double Ronin composition, mainly due to the fact of, well, Lightman got hard punished for his battery. But we all know the story of Tone v Ronin. Ronin has a dramatic advantage in the matchup.
Come on, we can still win this.
So that's how that game's going to end. Again, positioning a little too close to the Rodents will be your downfall, no matter what Titan you are. The dive is good, and the Tone will be eviscerated. Camp died so fast. He's going to opt to position the same pathway and see what he can see. Sees a Monarch coming out. The Monarchs are going to have a lot harder time against the Tones. Opts to drop wall so he doesn't get siphoned. Battery pull comes out from Nova. He doesn't die. Seems to have made it. I'm trying to just find the 40 mil shots over the wall. Unfortunately, doesn't find it. Opts to push up aggressively into fighting the Monarch. Meanwhile, speaking of aggressively, Nova's going to push aggressively into Boyka. As a matter of fact, Boyka's going to get targeted by 2. The call is to eliminate him from the game. Unfortunately, they can't find a kill. Salvatore comes out. Boyka tries to find some return damage, and he's going to find a ton on the LSD. LSD already doomed. Nova trying to get the goose. LSD tries to follow up. Meanwhile, Camp is now in a phenomenal position to absolutely just win this game. Nova having to take an eject. Great gooster from Camp. Nice play coming out from Can't parries himself, and Boyka will follow suit with the charge rifle. Close evening up the set. 2-3's the score. Tones are now out of the picture.
Transferring controls to manual operation.
The double legions have been selected by this Sin City squad. So they're going to opt to move out. We're going to opt to take the right side. Camp opt to take the left. This team has been looking to play more spread out than most of our other teams that we've seen. The North Star coming out from LSD squad. Now, this is going to be a very scary matchup for the North Stars. They're allowed to relatively peck at the Legions for free. I believe Nova has opted to hover in front of a Legion. He's going to eat a power shot for his trouble. Camp has successfully forced one of the North Stars back into the spawn, and while the North Stars are allowed to peck at the Legions from long range, they themselves have to be wary of the long range power shot. Speaking of being wary, LSD opt to come back a little closer, and he's going to hit by another power shot. LSD is going to feel the pain on that one. Camp going to try to round the corner and see if he can find his Doom. He will. Can he find the kill? This is the power shot. LSD duck, dive, dodging and weaving. Trying himself to buy himself more time. Power shot comes out. Finds the instant booster. Great shot from Camp. It's going to be one North Star versus 2 Legions. That's a lot of health to chew through, especially with the fire rate of the Plasma Railgun. And meanwhile, Boyka's going to run the corner. He's going to find Mr. Nova himself. Getting pushed away. The tether will save his life. Nova still has a lot of life to work with, so he can find one clean pick on a 1 Legion. He can potentially find himself back into the game. Power shot range down. Doesn't find the mark. Nova opts to just all in against Boyka. That's very ill-advised when the 2 Predator cannons are eating the bird alive. Swatted out of the sky. 3-3's the score. Sin City making a comeback.
Pilot mode online.
Both teams are winding down to their final picks. One of the things we saw in the last tournament was we saw a lot of North Star mirrors. So we're going to see if that's the call from the squad. No, instead, they'll take the double Ronin. So it's going to be the North Star v Ronin matchup. Both of these players on the Sin City squad are phenomenal with their Ronin play. Both having their own strengths and weaknesses. But if they're fighting the double North Star, it's going to be a little rough because of the fact that they don't... Never mind, it's going to be the double Monarch coming out from LSD squad. LSD's isolated. He's going to eat a lot of damage. And the call is to keep chasing. I think Boyka may have disconnected. Never mind, he's still in the game. He gets... Camp does find the Doom. And matter of fact, it will be LSD that has to take to the sky. Storko comes out from 1. Stasis' life bar falling apart. Matter of fact, Stasis will fall to the ground. And that's going to be a win for the Sin City squad. The double Ronin composition coming out at the very end, securing that win for Sin City. One of the major adjustments that I think was made by the Sin City squad as well, Boyka just stopped pulling risky batteries. Once Boyka stopped getting goosed, of course, they don't get the free 1v2 on a camp anymore. And because of that, they played pretty tactically sound. Again, we all see the batteries where it's like, it's a free core gain, it's free overshields, essentially a bar of health, and you can't get crit. So there's all this nice stuff when you do get the battery. It's just you have to be very careful of when to pull the battery. Battery discipline is a big deal in LTS competitive. Well, there's opportunities, and it seems that things are safe. All the players at this point are relatively veterans enough to position themselves around batteries, and all you gotta do is look up at the top. You can see who's getting out. But here we are with the next map selection. YY's come out, and we're going straight to Colony. We are running back the exact same maps that we had in our previous set, but we're going to see if the picks actually change. Here we are, set 2, game 2, 2v2 Shadow Roulette for LTS. Score currently sits at 1-0 for the Sin City squad. They took that final game with the double Ronin comp. And so now they have options once again.
Controls are handed to you, Pilot.
They've got a variety of picks available to themselves, and the thing is that the two Striders, the North Star and Ronin respectively, shine very well on this map, so we might see Camp return to his old North Star pick if room allows. But we're going to stick with the LSD squad. LSD and company opting to select the Ions for their first pick. Your shot comes out. I like this pathing from LSD, giving himself a little bit more height to see if he can find a cheeky shot over the walls. Meanwhile, they're going to get, speaking of walls, they're going to get walled out by the double tone comp. Battery's being pulled. LSD tries to force his way in against Camp. Great reflect by LSD. He's going to take a ton of damage on a Camp. And the tripwire pop as well. Camp is definitely hurting, but now he's going to come face to face with Boyka. Meanwhile, it's going to be Nova pushing his aggression onto Camp, trying to see if he can find the Doom. Great reflect. Unfortunately, couldn't find the damage, but Camp is going to have to take to the sky. Laser shot comes out. Both Ions trying to find a kill into this pilot. Camp with the smooth moves, going to be able to get out. Meanwhile, Boyka is going on a tear, has to force LSD to eject. He's going to have Salvo Core relatively soon. He's going to get doomed first. He will! I believe the rocket reflect will find the mark. The laser core will put him down from Nova. Nova and LSD combine to put the Tones reign to an end.
Transferring controls to Pilot.
And that's the thing with coin flipping versus Vortex Shield. You have to be very careful with your rocket timings, especially with how you throw your curves. Ion can get a ton of burst damage just from catching any amount of your rocket salvos. Camp threw a really ill-advised rockets straight at the Vortex Shield. LSD caught it. And, well, Camp had nowhere to go. He had already forward dashed. Unless he had another dash in the tank. Not what you could have done there. Again, LSD with this wall peek. Gonna see both the Tones. He's gonna get a lock-on on one. He's gonna try to see if he can find a lock-on on Boyka as well. Boyka opting to drop the wall. He's gonna get a wall advantage here in a second, but LSD does have locks on Camp. He's gonna fire them. See if he can find any little bit of damage on a Camp. He does hit him for a little bit. Meanwhile, Boyka himself will find a damage. Meanwhile, Nova catches Boyka, pulling another battery, ill-advised. However, he's going to get surrounded by Camp. He might be surrounded by two members in a second, but instead the reverse pinch is going to come on a Camp. Camp is now surrounded by both members of LSD Squadron. Meanwhile, Camp and Boyka stacking up together. LSD doesn't want any part of that fight, opts to disengage smartly and play his life instead. Meanwhile, Nova does find lock-ons on the Camp, but Nova finds lock-ons on a Boyka. Hits the mark on Boyka. Boyka's going to be hurting. Boyka's doomed. LSD's trying to find the splash shots from under, and Boyka's going to fall down. Camp will follow slowly but surely. Salvo Core doing him in. 2-0 from the LSD squad.
Welcome back, Pilot.
Moving on, here we are. Tones have been eliminated
well
from
destroying them.
the pick
Keep it up,
pool
6
of
points.
LSD and Nova. So we're going to see what they opt to select next, and it's going to be the Double Legion. The Double Atlases have been relatively early picks for the most part. So we're going to see if Camo Boy can still opt to run that. And they will. They'll run themselves the Double Ion composition. Michael opting to take that the left mid side. Camp trying to play a little bit aggressive with his Ion against LSD's Legion. Has to take a reload, but Camp is going to be relatively lower energy than I think he would like. LSD tried to find a crouching power shot. LSD very phenomenal with the tiny little adjustments that he looks to do. Meanwhile, oh, unfortunately, Nova throws the power shot into the Vortex Shield. You need a ton of damage for that one. And I think the call might be coming to surround Nova. Ion coming through the garage. Power shot rains to punish the Ion. The Elbars are looking a little rough for Camp specifically as he needs another power shot. Matter of fact, Camp will get doomed. Camp almost dies. Very clutch timing with that Vortex Shield. LSD gonna have the Smart Core in play. Camp is way too close. Camp's gonna get taken out the case. Smart Core comes out. Never mind, Camp will survive! Barely by the skin of his teeth, but he eventually falls down. And now it's gonna be Mr. Boyka face taking a Smart Core with a laser core of his own. Laser core will take him out. Stasis doesn't get away from the laser shot. Power shot range true. Boyka at a massive health disadvantage versus LSD's Legion. LSD gonna most likely rotate towards this left side and get mid control. Great timing on the power shot to find the Doom. Boyka's really hurting now. He understands that he can't exactly. No, he will just outright walk up to this area trying to find whatever damage he can. The reflect on the Vortex Shield wasn't enough, and LSD will secure himself the battery. Barely not getting doomed, so he will survive. Now it's on Boyka. He has to find either cheeky tripwire damage or cheeky laser shot damage, but he's got so much health to chew through, and there's not that much time left. 55 seconds remain on the clock, and time is ticking down. Boyka opts to walk in the mid, but he himself can't walk too close to his Legion because if he does, he will get ripped. I believe LSD might be running the SWPC kit. He's only got one power shot to his name and 100 bullets. When the shot comes out, does find a little bit of damage, but again, he's only got 30 seconds left. Ooh, that stalled power shot. If he got the quick draw on that one, it might have did Boyka in. Gonna pop those strip wires. LSD might look to just play aggressive instead of playing his life. Power shot comes out. Barely not able to find the mark. Smart positioning from LSD to position himself in this garage. So Boyka only can push one way. Once this Vortex Shield runs out, LSD might look for a bunch, and he will! He'll execute Boyka! Too close to the sun you came! Battered away.
Half time.
I like LSD's decision making at the very end there. Boyka had to play aggressively if he wanted to at least draw the round. So LSD essentially forces Boyka to come through the garage if he wants to, well, do anything.
The rodent saw transferred to pilot.
Once Boyka's in the garage,
We're doing great.
he's
team.
got nowhere to
They don't
go.
have a chance.
He has to keep advancing forward. No way out. Secures the punch. 3-0 is the score for the LSD squadron. They're going to move out with the double Monarch selection. The double Monarch, I'm going to take this left side, but they're going to run into the double Tone Comp coming out from the Sin City squad. Sin City. Seems that Camp has been the target of choice from this LSD squad. LSD going to opt to play a little bit aggressively on the Camp, trying to see what kind of damage they can land. Ooh, unfortunately, LSD gets out at a bad time. Boyka's going to take him out of the game. And now it's going to be Nova stuck in the 1v2 versus two Tones. Want to see what kind of magic Nova can make happen here, but unfortunately, he ran face first into tracking rockets. He opts to get out as a pilot. And he understands that it's relatively over. Rip come out on the one. The Auto Titan gets executed by the tracking rocket on the back. And that's going to be one round for the Sin City squad. They're opting to see if they can claw their way back into this game. Similar to how the members-only team did in the previous set that they played. But they've got a bit of a ways to go. The good news with Shadow Roulette is that they do have a ton of picks available. And again, we see it again. Even though that's LSD and company had lost with the Monarchs, they're going to opt to run it back again. Because smartly disengaging from that pathway instead of trying to force his way through. Would aid a ton of damage for himself. Nova surfing around. And he's going to take this 1v1 versus Camp. Yeah, the 1v1 versus Camp comes out. He gets a little bit of assistance from his teammate. Matter of fact, he gets a lot of assistance as LSD is already here. Camp isolated. Camp eventually going to go down. Has to take an eject. Going to be careful of his X-16 stretch. Smartly gets behind the wall. Very nice arc grenade coming up from Camp. More than likely going to find himself. Ooh, what is also going to find him is Boyka's going to find himself a kill on the Monarch of his own. It's going to be LSD versus Boyka. LSD with a ton of health and a battery overshield as well. And unfortunately, Camp is no longer in play. Boyka's stuck essentially in a miniature 1v2 of his own. He has to kill a pilot who is more than likely hanging out. You can see it. He's trying to shoot the pilot that's on top of the tower. And LSD still very healthy on the Monarch. Boyka still thinks Nova's up there as Nova actually instead rotated to go get his friendly Monarch another battery. Boyka tries to play aggressive, but he doesn't really have the health. He has the overshield, which is nice. He's going to get a ton of damage with the XO16, get some rocket damage as well, but that's going to halt his DPS. Boyka has to disengage. Actually, no, Boyka himself will re-engage, and Boyka's going to get doomed. Boyka's going to get ripped, and that's going to be Sin City's hopes and dreams smashed away by the Monarchs. They're going to take a tour in the losers bracket. 2-0 for the LSD squad. And that's going to be the end of that. Sin City, well, they're going to have to make a loser's climb once again. Wait, I thought it was... No, it was 2-0, I thought. I thought they won already, or am I getting it wrong? Oh my god, I got the score wrong. Don't mind me. I guess I'm having an off day. I already announced that they won, and it's 1-1. Oh my goodness. Don't mind me. I'm not very smart. I'm having a day. Yeah. I thought they already lost. Okay. But never mind, we're going to move on, despite my miscall. Score is 1-1, and we're going to move on to Angel City, which is, I believe, Sin City's one of their strongest maps, one of their favorite maps. And so we're going to go to game 3. And we're going to see what happens here. So more than likely, we're going to see the double ion composition come out once again from these respective players. The double ion, again, has been a relatively safe pick throughout the entire tournament. And never mind, as I say that, they lock in the double Legion instead. One of the things the double Legion comp offers is straight up damage. I'm going to find a cheeky dash power shot on a Nova. Nova's already feeling the pain. He's going to use a good amount of Vortex to get back into position behind LSD. LSG's going to anchor out for Nova. He's going to heal up some of that damage. Well, Boyka smartly disengages. Is he going to be able to find Nova coming around this corner? No, instead, it's going to be... No, Nova opts to hang out in this back area of Angel City. Camp looks like he spotted out a target. He spotted out Nova. Nova drops his tripwire, does a little bit of reflect damage. Camp will find the splash long-range power shot. Nova again getting a punished for his aggression. Long-range power shot on to LSD as well. Camp on point with the long-range damage. The long-range power shot, try to catch the ion, let go of Vortex early. Instead, opts to use his Vortex to secure himself away all the way at the end of the corner. Meanwhile, LSD running out of energy. Boyka not running high enough sensitivity to power shot one of the ions. Meanwhile, Camp comes around. He's going to fight a two-man power shot of his own. There's a core on the one. There's a core coming back towards Boyka. Boyka doesn't get the eject off, so now it's going to be a straight 1v1. Camp versus Nova. Power shot comes out. Power shot comes out again. Nova barely hanging on. He does find the return doom. Nova has to hang on for dear life here. Can't play too aggressively. Nova's actually opted to pull a battery in this situation. Understood the Legion had to take a reload. Very nice understanding from Nova. He's essentially bought himself back into this game. He's not being held. It's going to get punished by Camp with the nice timing on the close range power shot. One power shot can seal the deal. Ooh, Nova not aware that he was sticking out just too far, but Camp saw it. Again, Camp landing power shot after power shot. Ooh, Nova barely escapes with the skin of his teeth. Camp playing patient, waiting to see if Nova will get out for the battery. The battery spray does happen. Laser shot will find the mark, so he's going to be down a little bit of shields, but Nova himself has bought his way back into the game. 30 seconds. The ping has come out. It seems that... Oh, Nova's actually opted to play aggressive. We might not get a draw after all. As a matter of fact, he'll slide around with the laser shot of his own. Laser core might be coming out relatively soon. Camp can't actually take that, so he's going to opt to hide behind this wall. He's going to opt to take the draw. Unless Nova actually... Nope, Nova gets... I believe Nova got himself another battery. And we're going to see a draw. We're going to drop all the cards. And we're just going to go advance the round by one. No team will win that one.
For yours, we are stronger united.
The double Legion damage is so powerful and so scary. They did find the isolation onto Boyka's Legion. Boyka didn't have a high enough sensitivity to flick the power shot back towards LSD when he had no energy. And Camp rounded the corner and he got a two-man power shot twice. Despite that, Nova barely finds the return doom. As a matter of fact, Nova made a lot of clutch plays to keep himself in the game. But we took the draw. Camp will pull the battery in mid. The double Ion versus the double Legion is the call once again. Boyka smartly flicking down. Not feeding the Vortex shield. Tries to see if he can catch one of the Ions not holding Vortex. With his positioning, might look for a flick power shot relatively soon. Tries to find it. LSD smartly crouch block. I believe LSD may have caught on to the fact that he only has one. No, instead, I don't know if he knows. So he opts to hold Vortex. Save himself a little bit of damage. Meanwhile, on the other end, nice flick power shot from Boyka. Gonna find a good amount of damage. Camp, however, he might be the next target of focus. No, smartly disengages. But the control of mid, it belongs to the Ions as the Legions are forced to back away from the tripwire. LSD eating a ton of damage, and LSD's gonna find the rip on a Boyka. Boyka not able to get away. He's gonna get taken out. Camp tried to find the long-range power shot on the two. Unfortunately, couldn't find it this time. Laser core coming, and now he has to take a reload, unfortunately. And as a matter of fact, he's going to lose the round. That's going to be a win for the LSD squad. Meanwhile, Ions again out of the picture. So we're going to see if this squad opts to run the double Legion a third time. No, instead they'll change it up themselves. They're going to take the double Tone, especially with that power position on the left side for this specific hallway. Tone loves to be here, and Boyka knows it, so he himself will be already positioned here. Camp doesn't really have too much line of sight on his targets, as Boyka now might be the target of focus relatively soon if the other Tone can make it around the corner. However, instead, Boyka will aggressively just outright fight Nova using both of his movement options to get in. Has to take a reload, so has to disengage. Couldn't dodge the tracking rockets. Meanwhile, the other in camp will pull the battery, self-anchoring with itself as Tone can. Boyka rounds the corner in mid. He sees LSD, has to rotate back to make sure. Actually, never mind. The battery's already been taken. He's trying to rotate back to see if he can find a kill on the stasis. Tracking rockets come out. Tracking rockets are good. Double dash while the Tone is busy curving rocket. Boyka will find the rip onto our friend Stasis. Salvacore incoming onto LSD. LSD out of options, out of health. And that's going to be a clean round of victory from the Sin City Squadron.
Half-time.
Did I DC? No, it seems apparently that Camp has DC'd. So thankfully, even though Camp has DC'd, thankfully it wasn't in the middle of anything, so all we need to do is reset the score. Return the game back to its previous position, and we'll continue from there. We got a little bit of downtime, ladies and gentlemen, up until the game gets restarted, so I recommend hydrate and get comfortable. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, just to reiterate, we are currently waiting for Camparius to get back in the lobby. Unfortunately, he had a game crash. So what we're going to do is, since he DC'd, well, thankfully, while his team had already won the round, we're going to get him back in the lobby. The 1-1 position that we had. And then we're going to continue our set as normal. I've received word that Camp has successfully loaded his game back up. So we're going to come back in his lobby relatively shortly. Meanwhile, I'd like to take a moment and interact with the audience. Who do you guys have winning this Angel City set? Type some stuff. Let me know. Who do you guys pick? Will it be LSD and Nova? Or is it going to be Camp and Boyka? Dino Rush is not an option. Dino Rush is not here. I see my chat is voting for our Lord and Savior, Mr. Dino Rush, even though he's not even present. But here we are. Camp is back in the lobby, so once again we're going to reset the score to a 1-1, and then we'll continue on from there. So we've got a little bit more time until the next, well, I should say our next official round starts. We've got a lot of eyes on this set. I believe the team that wins this does in fact advance into the winners finals, if I'm not mistaken. Then after this we'll go to the other side where we'll see the members only squad play against their opponents.
Controls are handed to you, Violet.
Can't making the right call. He understands that the score is 1-1 with one draw. The match score right now, in terms of set score, for those of you that are unaware, it's a 1-1 currently between these two teams. So whoever wins this specific game will advance towards winners finals. Yes, do draw one round, whoever is host. Okay, match scores evened up. We needed one draw round. And then we'll be right back into the previous game state that we were in. The one draw round does matter because, well, due to it being 4 rounds, I believe halftime shifts up by 1 round if I'm not mistaken. So, of course, teams are going to have to play on their different positioning sides. Alright, the round has been drawn. And we are going to go right back into it. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we have returned back in the set. 1-1 is the score with the 1 draw round. That's why we're already at halftime, even though there's only 4 rounds to win.
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
Titans have fallen. We're going to see what the picks are. Going to be coming out with the double ion from the Sin City squad. Boyka going to opt to take this mid position. Camp more than likely going to swing right. He has the overcourse. He will be a little slower. They're going to encounter the double Ronin team on the other end of the spectrum. This is going to be a very hard matchup for the double ions. Nova going to opt to take that battery immediately. As long as the Ronins don't get too punished and play relatively safely, their dive should be relatively good. They don't have the vortex shields and the tripwire to dissuade a little bit, but their Nova opts to get 2 batteries, putting himself in a huge position to get Sword Core and outright win the game. Boyka's tripwire seems to have hit the mark onto something. As the slow play coming out from the Ronin, this is just the calm before the storm. Nova finds his way in. One arc wave comes out. The melee comes out again. However, Boyka's the target of focus from the Ronin members. He's going to get ripped. No Eject coming out from Boyka. Punched by Camp. Going to try to find the mark. He's going to try to box out the Sword Core. However, another Sword Core is going to come in relatively soon. LSD coming into the picture. He wants a piece as well. He gets the Doom onto 2, but it's not enough to dissuade the double Ronin dive.
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
Sin City down 1 round, but they're not too. But however, the double Ronin have been used by LSD and company. They're going to run over the double ions from Sin City. And speaking of the double ions, they're going to opt to run it back themselves. Look, see what you can see in mid. He's going to run straight into the double tone squadron. The double tone's going to be a very hard time for these ions. Bucka opts to dodge those rockets instead of catching them. He could look for a little bit of reflect damage. However, speaking of that, it's going to be Nova opting to get another battery. I believe the one thing I've noticed that the team that has this star building side, they have a bit more battery control than the opposing team, opting to secure mid and more than likely going to rotate towards this field side battery. LSD is going to pull it, and he's going to use the wall to anchor himself out as well. Very nice discipline from LSD, securing himself a free 20% core plus shield advantage. Camp gets the reflect on the rockets, even though he ate a little bit of damage for himself. Nova opting to push a bit further forward. We all know he likes to play a bit more aggressive than most players. However, Camp does catch the rockets, can't find the reflect. However, he's pushing without a wall, so it's going to be Nova's going to need some damage. Meanwhile, in the back, Boyka's going to need some damage. He's going to try to find a kill on the Nova. Laser comes out. Laser Core doesn't put Nova in the ground. Salvo Core comes out. Boyka misses the laser shot, unfortunately. Huge miss, but Nova takes the eject anyway. But Nova's going to fall down to Boyka's assault rifle. Boyka survives as the pilot. However, Camp has to be careful of LSD. LSD's going to have Salvo Core. Matter of fact, he's going to come out right now. Salvo Core goes up. Salvo Core comes down, and it's going to be the rip coming up from LSD. Putting the pilot in the sky, shooting him through the wall. We all know it. We all love it. Tone got the wall hacks on deck. And that's going to be 3-1 for LSD's team.
This is for yours. We are stronger united.
Now, Sin City has got a lot of work to put in if they want to win themselves this game. They've got to win 3 rounds straight. Boyka opted to take his field position as a Legion. This position is relatively powerful, but we've seen time and time again how the focus has been shifted on the Camp. They're going to run straight into the double Monarchs. Camp a little too far out of cover. He's going to find himself eating 2 Exo-16s for his trouble. However, Nova opts to play. Actually, Nova and LSD opt to play aggressively. They're going to more than likely make Camp fall down. As I stated before, Camp opts to take an eject so he can't get ripped, but he missed out on 1 power shot's worth of damage. So with that, that's not going to be a doom onto Nova. Camp throws the gravity star, try to disrupt the battery pool, and he will. LSD not going to get that battery, where the pilot is relatively close. We all know Camp runs the Kraber. So with the Kraber, if he opts to go for that battery, it's a bit of a risk. Meanwhile, speaking of risk, LSD does run into the Legion, but Legion's kind of got nowhere to go. Around for a little bit of cheeky damage. Boyka has to pick a target to commit to. And smartly, Boyka actually has to use the power shot on LSD, which would buy Nova a little bit more time. Nova has to take an eject. Boyka doesn't even look into the air to see if he can ghost the pilot. He's trying to find a kill on LSD. LSD smartly gets behind the crates. Power shot barely misses. Does he have enough ammo to finish the job? He does not. Gun shield comes up just in time. Battery placed successfully. However, Boyka only has 3 bullets. He has to take a reload. Camp clutching up huge for his Legion teammate. Boyka's opting to stick around and fight Nova. This is kind of an ill-advised decision because that Monarch could be looming anywhere around one of these corners. If the Monarch finds a siphon, it's going to be Boyka falling down. Unfortunately, Camp fails the 1v1 with the pilot. So now, a game of peekaboo. Bucka opts to get out, disembark, and tries to find the pilot on his own. He will find Nova in the open. However, ooh, it's gonna be close. Bucka does find it, but he has to find his way back into this Titan. He needs to pull out his auto Titan weapon immediately, and he won't. As a matter of fact, he'll get back in. Does he make it in time? He does, but it will be LSD securing victory for his own team over Sin City, conquering Angel City for his own. And that's gonna be the end of that game. A bunch of twists and turns. But in the end, LSD and Nova are gonna seal the deal. It's like I called at the start of the round. Even though the positioning for Legion and Field is really good, the call has been to just hard focus and dive on a camp. When they see the opportunity for the 1v2, they don't hesitate. They just go for it. Camp tried to take an early eject so he wouldn't get ripped, but he missed out on I believe his second power shot might have come up, so he missed out on a bit of power shot damage. And meanwhile, at the very end, Boyka gets the smart core. Both power shots somehow do not hit LSD behind the crates. And so he survives by the skin of his teeth. Meanwhile, Camp injects a battery, also causing the Legion to live. But unfortunately, at the very end, Camp lost the pilot 1v1. And that's going to be the end of that. So we're going to go on, for sure this time, to our next game. Right now I'm awaiting an invitation from Benny and company. We're going to go towards the members only squad. We're going to go other side of the winners bracket. LSD and company are going to sit comfortably in the winners finals. So no matter what happens, they're going to take a nice, comfortable third place for themselves. But of course, they would like themselves a shot at that $200 cash prize sitting at the very end. But we're going to find out who gets to advance that way. So right now I sit and wait for the next invitation. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're waiting for an invitation to the next match. Meanwhile, I'm reading the chat. Apparently the chat wants me to regen a Gen 27. And, no, I don't think I will. Dino, I'm literally the guy streaming your tournament. Listen, fam. Bernadette, you literally can't do that. Don't even lie to me, all right? Okay. I'm literally waiting for the next match right now, okay? Like, Like, I'm here. Listen, alright guys, there's literally nothing you can say to me that will make me regen at Gen 27, alright? There's literally nothing. However, what will make me say yes is that nice crispy invitation. Thank you, Benny. I want to get put into this next lobby. Right now we're waiting for Mr. Tragic Rat's partner in crime to show up. Then we're going to get this match underway. I see my chat is still trying to bully me into regenning to Gen 27. And, it's again, it's not happening. I am un-peer pressurable. Dino said allegedly? No, dude. You literally can't peer pressure me to do anything. There is no way. Okay? I do what I want, man. Like right now, I'm casting this tournament because I want to. It's fun. Alright, so I've been typed to nicely that Tainoke is currently AFK. Oh, no, Tainoke is loading the game. I've received the notification from the check-in chat. So, he'll be here relatively shortly. I see a lot of interesting offers that my chat is offering me, but it's still not happening. Again, no, I don't think I will. I see Burn has politely offered me 1,000 pipe bomb stuffed animals. Dano's offered me Zia's feet pics. It's a very interesting option. But what's going to be interesting is the next match we've got lined up. We've got Tragic Rat and his partner, Titan, versus the members only club. Of course, we saw them earlier with our first game where they took out Lightman Squad. A very nail-biting set. Came down to the final round with the extra mile. And so they're here in the second round of winners. And whatever team wins this set is going to go on and fight LSD plus Nova. Right now, the map picks and bans are currently being discussed. Once we get that done, we're going to see what map we go to first. We've seen the same map rotation for the last, or actually, I should say mostly similar map rotation, except for our first game where we had the Crash Site pick. Whereas the Angel City pick came out the final map for our second set. So we're going to see if the teams opt to play more comfort pick maps. Again, this meta is very interesting, and it's very unpracticed between most of the players that are here. This has been a rule set that we made up this year, specifically for this style of event. So unlike most LTS metas, this one hasn't been fully developed, but we can already see the strategies forming. Again, usually most teams opt to select a double ion early to help cover themselves for most matchups. And once the double ion picks are out the way, we've seen teams who opt to save the double Ronin for last. We've seen teams opt to take the double Ronin early for the dive onto potential double tone picks. And we've seen a lot of teams just, even though they lose with the specific picks that they're on, instead of rotating picks, they opt to just run the pick again. And here we are, our first game of our third match of the day. Going straight to Colony. We've seen the members only club be very comfortable on this style of map, even with the different format. I believe that they picked this as their second game versus the Lightman team, and they took it 4-3. The double Legion versus the double Ronin at the very end. So we're going to see if their picks opt to change or they're just going to keep running the same thing. The double North Star comp is on our side of Tragic Rat. And it seems that Titan has opted to select the Threat Optics kit. And they're going to fight the double tone. The double tone is actually going, you'd figure in the 1v1 that the tones are going to be a hard time, but the tones are actually going to be able to stuff out these North Stars more than likely. Especially since they're already just losing back control for themselves. Meanwhile, Benny's going to get punished for that battery pull. But the thing is, the North Stars don't really have much of a front line. Now the tones are going to start closing in on one of the North Stars, and it's going to be Tragic Ray already missing half his health. Again, playing this double North Star composition is very difficult, and we're going to see a Nuki Clunk in the back already securing another battery. Tragic Ray moving around for this shot. He gets blocked by the tree, the #1 enemy of the North Star Railgun. Trees and poles will always do you in. Benny, even though Benny walked around that corner, Tragic Ray missed another shot. He's gotten a lot of opportunities to land at really good angles, but he hasn't been able to find the mark. Another shot blocked by the particle wall. Tragic Wreck's going to be in a bit of an awkward spot here relatively soon, especially since I believe he understands that Nuki Clunk is behind him. However, it's going to be Titan that would be the target of focus, as Titan somehow doesn't get doomed. Tragic Wreck opts to hover in a very risky way. Tries to find a sweep shot on the one, but the Tracking Rockets will find the doom by Benefly. Benefly opting around the corner. Great crit shot by Tragic Wreck. The Tracking Rockets. Oh, meanwhile, in the back, Titan's going to fall, and now it's going to be Tragic Rat by himself. He dashed straight into a salvo core, and that's going to put him in the ground for sure. And that's going to be the first round win for the members only team. Despite how strong the North Star is in most LTS competitive metas, we've seen teams struggle to play the double North Star to its maximum efficiency. Again, North Star is a more you get hard punished for mistakes and mispositions, especially. We saw here how Tragic Rat had a lot of opportunities to do damage, but he couldn't find the mark. Tragic Rat stuck in spawn. I'm not entirely sure what's going on with that. However, it seems that we have some kind of technical issue. I'm not sure if he's crashed or if something's happened. No, he's moving again. Unfortunately, Tragic Rat's gonna have a late start, so that might cost him a little bit. So it's gonna be Nuki Kong that's gonna get that bat. Meanwhile, on the other side, it seems that Benny's gonna pull that bat. So the double Monarch versus double Monarch composition is going to be the play. However, they weren't able to successfully get the chase on Nuki Kong, so Nuki Kong will be able to come back around this corner and look for aggression with Benny, who is positioned in mid. They've got the other double Monarchs completely pinned in this square area. Tragic Rat does find a lot of good return damage on Nuki Kong, but Tragic Rat will himself get doomed relatively soon. Matter of fact, Tragic Rat's not assisting with his teammate. So it's going to be Nuki Kong and Benny Fly opting to push onto Titan. Titan's going to get ripped out of his cockpit and taken out of the game. Tragic Rat by himself, unfortunately dashes into both members, misses the siphon, and now he's trying to melee box for his life. Great stall from Benny Fly. Seals the deal. 2-0 for it seems there's been a call to restart the round. Oh. Said Tragic Rat. I'm not sure what kind of... Oh. Unfortunately, Tragic Rat was AFK apparently at the start of the next round. There's a tournament, you know, you gotta be fully attentive and ready to play. Again, there is money on the line. Unfortunately, that mistake's gonna cost Titan and Rat that round. We saw the phase particles. Double Ronin comp is in play. And they're gonna opt for this battery pull on which side? They're gonna offer to go for this left side. Tragic Rat's gonna round the corner and get a nice punish on a Nuki Clunk, but he only has one dash, so he's gonna have to find a way to disengage. Instead, Nuki will be the one to engage. We'll lose a little bit of health, but not too much loss. Tragic Rat understands that he needs to hold this left side. Ronin comes around. Matter of fact, Nuki Clunk opts to hold the Arc Wave. However, Tragic Rat's not in trouble. He gets isolated by 2. The dive from the Ronins is good. He's gonna get doomed. Doesn't get taken out of the game just yet. Living Room comes out. The eject is really good. Gets a doom on a Benny. However, it's gonna be his teammate Titan stuck against 2 Ronins. And it's gonna be a Sword Core coming into play. He tried to punch once. He tried to punch again. The Arc Wave's rain true. He tried to rip the Ronin, and he's not gonna be able to find it. Titan stuck between 2 Ronins. The double melee swings come out. The Arc Waves rain down. And that's going to be the end for Titan. 3-0 is the score. Rat. And
Welcome back, pilot.
Rat and Titan got to find their footing. They're having a very difficult time being able to just... It seems that the initial positioning is fine, but once the fights start breaking out, they're just having a hard time just mechanicking around.
Pull it together, 6-4.
Members only.
Regroup, team up, and give him hell.
Again, members only is a phenomenal team in their own right. I believe they won the last PC tournament, so they're going to see if they can repeat their story. Meanwhile, Titan got the ping on the 2. Doesn't see anyone in mid. Meanwhile, Tragic Rat does take some shots, and I believe we saw the Tone versus the Legions. Legions coming out. Ooh, Bennyfly trying to hit a very long close range power shot. You can never underestimate the range on those things because they can hit you from miles away. Shocking rockets come out. Bennyfly slightly takes an evasion. Long range power shot comes out into mid, and it does find the mark on the Titan. Titan's going to be missing a little bit of health. That's coming out. Great job from Titan to kill his particle wall. However, he's a little early, so he might actually eat some damage. There it is. Close range power shot 1, close range power shot 2. Titan is hurting for his missed position there. And Legions with the punish. Tragic Rat trying to find some damage, but it's going to be Nuki Punk who's going to secure himself a battery. Great presence of mind to understand where the Tones are. However, on the opposite side, Titan does have the Salvo Core. Bennyfly's going to get doomed soon. Tragic Rat with the tracking rockets will get Benny to eject. The cross shot incoming onto Nuki Clunk. Nuki Clunk is going to be able to take this Titan out of the game. No eject coming out from him. Smart Core also in play. Tragic Trader Rat tries to find the goose on the pilot, who is sitting in the tower with the charge rifle. One of the most annoying spots you can be with that weapon. However, I believe Tragic Rat still has the salvo core in play. Tries to find the cloak pilot. Unfortunately, can't find the shots. Smartly doesn't look for the battery here, as the disembark comes out as well from Nuki. Nuki understands when this battery is more than likely going to spawn. He's currently waiting for it outside of his time. Trader Rat trying to take the heads up fight versus Benny. Instead, going to opt to look for Nuki. Auto Titan, who has unfortunately stood out in the open, so he will get doomed. Long range power shot incoming. Long range power shot barely doesn't hit the mark. Rightly, Tragic Rat is still alive. Despite the onslaught of charge rifle, salvo core in the air. Arc grenade to disrupt. Very nice timing from Benny. That salvo core is not gonna find its mark. Tragic Rat's running out of health. He's running out of options. He's gotta find the goose on a Benny. Benny playing very slippery. He is a pilot player also. He's of multiple CTF tournaments under his belt. Doesn't seem to be dead yet, but Bennyfly will eventually put him down. And that's going to be 4-0-4. For the members only team. Members only going to move up 1-0 overall in the set score. As Rat & Company, they did very well. They did very well their final round specifically, but unable to close it out. Benefly, we've seen time and time again, be super annoying with this cloak plus charge rifle pilot. The arc grenade was phenomenal to dissuade any more aggression from the salvo core. Because of that, our friend Nuki gets to survive. Tragic Rat unfortunately not able to hit Benefly with the 40 mil. He's gonna die. And immediately, Titan opts to select Angel City for himself and his teammate. They're gonna need to win this game if they want to continue this set. We saw how last two sets, the team who was opted to select the map, they have won their selected map pick. So we're gonna see if they Tragic Rat & Company can repeat the sentiment.
Transferring controls to pilot.
So we're going to ride along here with the members only squad. They're going to open the double ion and tried and true once again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're going to opt to round his left side of the map. He's going to get a nice laser shot on the Tragic Rat for free. Might look for another one relatively soon. Peeks with the little vortex out first. I like this strategy from Nuki Club. But again, we've seen most of the time how the team that has the start building side seems to have better battery control. And it's going to be... Speaking of battery control, unfortunately, Benefly not going to have any of that. Great punch into an eject, and he will survive as the pilot. He'll live to fight another day, so he's going to have to find a lot of work with the strike rifle. However, Nuki Clunk tries to find damage onto the other ion, and he does! Great crouch shots coming out from him as well. He's going to do a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Benefly in the back, playing very annoying, using this mid-building. Up and around the corner with the dash laser shot. He is going to get hit for his trouble. Nuki has to be a little careful with his health bar, but Benefly is also chipping away at the enemy health bars. Again, Benefly being very annoying. Laser core is more than likely going to come out relatively soon. Titan actually popped the laser core really late, so he's going to miss a lot of damage onto Nuki Clunk. Nuki Clunk tries to find a pilot. Never mind, Benefly will instead find a pilot, so Nuki Clunk will correct his aim onto the ion. Members only, despite the early pick coming out from Titan and company, Members Only has clawed their way back into this game successfully. Benefly with the cloak pilot. Still just harassing and playing very, very annoying. As a pilot should. Speaking of things that pilots should be doing, pilots should also be securing their ions batteries. Nuki Clock going to take advantage of the fact that he is a pilot, and Tragic Rat doesn't. Giving himself a nice little overshield plus some health back. I believe Tragic Rat has 4. But unable to find that laser shot. And matter of fact, what he's going to find is another battery. Benefly doing a ton of work in this round. Tragic Rat tries to go for battery of his own, but he gets heavily punished. Thankfully avoids the Earth Grenade. And speaking of thankfully avoiding, Benefly and Nuki avoid detonating that tripwire. We saw shades of that. However, the laser core duel comes out on the mid. Benefly laying in damage, but Tragic Rat doesn't have the health to take the damage from 2. And he's gonna die. 1-0 is the Angel City score. Again, they found the pick so early. Benefly puts in a ton of work with his pilot. Members only come back into the game.
Transferring controls to pilot.
The closeout from Tragic Rat and Titan needs to be a little better. Again, they have shown that they can get these advantages, and when they do get these advantages, they can successfully get 1 pick, but if the other Titan still stands, you can still win the game. The game is called Last Time Standing for a reason, and meanwhile, what we're going to see is these 2 Ronins standing in this hallway. Then opts to face backwards so he doesn't get hit by that tripwire. So trying to play aggressively onto Titan's Ion. It's going to be Benefly with the battery. Benefly actually has been playing Ronin for a lot of time now. Speaking of the Ronins will also get another battery for themselves. Benefly opting to play aggressively with his Ronin. Gonna slowly but surely try to dive onto this Ion. Again, we've seen this. This has been the play from them. They keep opting to target 1 member of the specific enemy team, and they're gonna find it again. The dive for the Ronins is good. Phase into Sword Core activation. Tragic Rat has the melee box for his life. However, in his back is going to be another Sword Core coming out relatively soon. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He's gonna take a dip in the sky. 2-0 for members only.
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
Members only so far, making this set look like a complete shutout. While you have to back away from double Ronin, the important thing is also to keep the battery control. They got some small punishes here and there on the battery pool, but the Ronins had too much health. And once you're too close, it's the end of the game. Dive is good. Move forward. Double Tonus selection coming out from the members only squad. Meaning that Nuki Clock is going to be very comfortable running towards. As a matter of fact, speaking of running towards, he just runs all the way up mid without a care in the world. He has no wall. Rocket Reflect unfortunately misses the mark. And Nuki, understanding the Ion has no way to interrupt the pull, will find a battery. On the other side, Benefly himself will also find a battery. Benefly was taking the fight versus Tragic Rat. Rocket Rockets come out on to Titan. Particle Wall coming out relatively soon. Does find the Particle Wall. Will find himself another battery. Great place from Nuki Clock. Eliminating battery after battery off the map, so I believe the members only squad has gotten all 3 batteries as the Ion from Titan is in so much pain. Comes back around for the laser core, actually finds a good amount of damage on a Benefly, juking very well for his life. Can Benefly find the goose? Can one of them find the goose? No, great movement from Titan. Titan will survive as the pilot. But he's gonna have to put in so much work against this members only squad. Benefly coming face to face with Tragic Rat. However, Tragic Rat is now stuck between 2. Salvacore rains down on him. Tragic Rat gets to follow. Other Rocket Barrage to follow. Tragic Rat unable to take the Tone's barrage of damage. 3-0 for members only.
Half time.
If members only wins this next round, we might be looking at a straight, probably like our first technically 8-0 shutout, because I believe LTS has only been ran at this point for 3 rounds. But they're not out yet. The thing with the roulette format is that The Titan picks for members only are starting to dwindle. Meanwhile, on the opposite end, Treasure Rat and Company have all their picks available, so they can still potentially find their way back in. Double Monarch is the selection for members only. Nicky takes his positioning in mid. They see the fact that the tones have been selected. Understanding nobody's watching field, so he himself will secure a nice battery for himself. Opposite end, Titan does get the lock onto the Benny. Benny will crouch behind the wall to mitigate any further aggression / damage. The one thing the Tones can look for is that they can likely pull a battery or two using their particle walls, and that might be the play coming out here from Tragic Rat, who has already dropped the wall, but actually doesn't even look for the pull. Benify tried to mitigate the damage, but he didn't know which direction the rockets were coming from. Meanwhile, Nuki opted to full-on engage against the enemy Tones. Salvacor has been made. Salvacor will get dropped, and Nuki's going to have to take an eject. He will fall for his aggression. However, the Charge Rifle is now in play, and Benify is going to have to start playing very passively with this Monarch. Because if he gets spotted out by Tragic Rat specifically, he's going to be able to eventually build Salvacor, and he's going to be taken out the game. Matter of fact, speaking of taking out the game, his friendly pilot will get taken out of the game. Benify understands he doesn't have really much else to do. I'll just take the eject and move on to the next round. So with that, I'm not going to have our shutout. Tragic Rat and Company, they'll find themselves around. Tones are off the table for them. But they still have a variety of picks at their disposal. They know that the potential pick of Double Monarch is still on the table for them. The members only squad, I mean. So they can try to play around that as they again lock it in. We've seen time and time again, instead of changing up picks, most teams opt to just run it back again. This will be Nuki. Actually, with some pretty damn good movement, actually finds himself a battery in the field side again. And Benny's going to find mid. Those are two batteries taken off the map. And as I stated before, they're going to pick the Legion in attempts to beat this Double Monarch squad. This is going to be a very difficult fight for the Double Monarchs. They essentially have to out-passive the Double Legions, because in the heads-up engagement, the Legion should fall over unless they can isolate a target, which they successfully haven't been able to do so far. Benify trying to find a siphon on a Tragic Rat Titan, but Tragic Rat smartly disengages around the wall. Will not let the Monarch continue to gain shields. Meanwhile on the back, Benify chipping down at Titan with free damage. Nuki trying to see what he can get done with the charge rifle. However, Tragic Rat's right in the corner. He's going to see the auto Titan from Nuki. He's going to get a free power shot, number one. Doesn't see the second power shot. Unfortunately, Titan's not watching mid. However, Benify's auto is getting punished, but thankfully, Tragic Rat is in close range mode, so he's not going to eat that much. However, Nuki will eat that long range power shot. Nuki standing out in mid. Tragic Rat might come around the corner relatively soon. He hasn't made his corner push. Well, he has now. Nuki getting out of dodge. He has half health, but Tragic Rat is now between two Monarchs, so he's going to eat a ton of damage unless someone is behind Benify relatively soon. Tragic Rat does pop the smart core. Does Benny have enough damage to get the doom? He does, but he can't find the rip. Long range power shot number one, long range power shot number two. However, his teammate has to unfortunately take a reload, and Nuki will goose the pilot. It's all up to Titan. Titan has to find a kill on one of these Monarchs in the next 50 seconds. With how much health the Monarchs have, it's going to be a very tall task to do, especially with their mobility. They both have the quad dash on. Titan trying to figure out which target to shoot at, has to pop the smart core. He pops the smart core, but unfortunately nobody is standing in front of him, unable to find any more damage. Great close range power shot coming out from mid. Meanwhile, it's going to be Nuki opting to face take the smart core, getting the doom for free. Benify opts to play aggressively as well, and he'll put the Legion away. Members only win 4-1 on Angel City. Even if they were able to find the kill. Actually, I would say find the kill. They were able to... Tragic was able to eventually be in a power position to start doing damage, but unfortunately his friendly Legion wasn't there to follow up as well as it could have been. While the Monarchs are fleeing from the field, couldn't isolate one, couldn't find the kill. And you saw in that round especially how the Monarchs are essentially able to just dance around the Legions. The Legions have scary long-range burst damage, but if they can't find the mark, then eventually they will get out passive played by the Monarchs. The punishes were good, but not enough, sadly. But with that, we're going to kick it straight off to winners finals. We're going to go through our winners finals of the bracket, and then we're going to go all the way through losers in one fell swoop. So right now I'm going to wait for an invitation as teams are currently remaking the lobby. And we'll get started towards our winners finals of the event. Gotten the invitation. Just a friendly reminder, everybody, winners finals is still 2 out of 3. So the only grand finals is 3 out of 5. Seems we've gotten everyone together in the lobby. We're going to have the members only team, who we just saw play, face off against Stasis, aka Nova, also known as Ray, followed up with LSD. The loser side of the bracket, we've got Tragic Rat and his partner Titan. And I believe we've also got Sin City and Lightman, patiently all awaiting for their matches to be played, which we'll get to right after this one. So, stick around for that. We've still got a lot more action-packed games. Speaking of action-packed games, this one is going to be very interesting. We've all seen it. All these players can play top-level Titanfall at this point. And, of course, they're in a bit of unfamiliar territory because of the way Shadow Roulette rules work. But what I'm interested to see is how Nova and Nookie shape up. Both these players have flex potential, but I think that their counterparts respectively have a bit better flex picks than, say, their partners, I should say. Well, also, we know that Benny and Nookie like to play a lot more defensive and a lot more passive, whereas Nova himself likes to play more aggressively. And we're going to kick it right off. We're going straight to Colony. First game of the winners finals. So here we are. We are with the selection of these two teams. More than likely going to run the double ions into each other unless someone opts to play a spicier pick. Nuki mistiming his dash cooldown, so he's going to be a little slower over that. Meanwhile, it is the double ion mirror. Benefly winning that trade over Nova. On the opposite end, LSD's going to secure himself a battery. This is going to look to wrap around this right side. He's going to run straight into Benny. Benny does get a nice leader shot onto LSD. Benefly trying to see if he can cut off any further aggression from LSD. LSD will, in fact, be in tow. However, he's going to get a leader shot. He's going to get a lot of leader shots. Over on the opposite end, it's going to be Nuki Kong that's going to get some damage. LSD opting to play super aggressive. He's split between two members of the members-only team. Nuki Kong trying to survive. He's trying to see if he can boot LSD off this platform. LSD going to pop the laser core. LSD barely survives and gets the, unfortunately, Benefly gets the melee cheese. Return. Nuki Cluck will find LSD's pilot, however, it's going to be Stasis versus Benny, and Stasis will reign king of the hill. 104. LSD plus Nova. Again, we get to see the styles start to conflict and clash. I said it earlier, but Nuki and Benny, definitely the more defensive style team. More positioning based, more opportunistic, let's say. They'll get their punish and then they'll leave. LSD and Nova have been playing very aggressively. LSD took that push against two members. Despite how much shields he had lost early on, he was confident in the fight. And he'll get it. Double Tone is now the lock-in for Nuki and Benny. Of course, we know this is one of Nuki's comfort picks. And meanwhile, the Atlas Mirror is once again happening in mid. Nuki has a nice angle in mid, but can't find an angle for that battery. Batteries will be exchanged from both parties. Benefly does get the battery, gets slightly punished, but nothing too major. Unfortunately, on the opposite end, it doesn't seem like the tracking rockets were dodged by our friend Nova. However, LSD is going to find a nice bit of damage on a Nuki Clunk. Nuki Clunk going to opt to disengage. It's going to be Benefly now who's going to be the one that's stuck in mid. 40 mils do rain down. Benefly can't find a lock-on onto Nova. He's going to use the Sonar Pulsator to ping 2 and get the lock-on. Tracker rockets come down. Breach off of Nova using the rooftop to dissuade any more damage. Nuki Clunk is, however, speed of damage. He's taking a pounding from LSD. LSD is still not opting to play aggressive, as we've had mainly just wall fights in mid. Benefly now still stuck awkwardly in his mid position. LSD has done a great job, speaking of which, mitigating damage. Nova's more likely going to eat this barrage for sure. Try to use the wall to help himself, and does block some of it actually. But meanwhile, Nuki will get doomed by LSD. Benefly trying to take the fight with Nova. Nova disengages. He gets the lock on. Tracking rockets are fired. Tracking rockets do find the mark. Benefly does have Salvo Core. Nuki Clunk is one shot to a 40 mil. He's going to try to see if he can pull this battery. Benefly's going to eat tracking rockets at the back. Salvo Core comes out from LSD. LSD rounds the corner. He finds Benefly. Benefly somehow survives all of the onslaught. Lock-ons are going to happen relatively soon. Tracking Salvo Core comes out from Nuki. Try to make a hard read. Couldn't find it. Season Parks for the battery. Gets back. Oh, he got the slow one. Whoa. I don't know what happened. Benefly gets the eject. He gets the kill. The Totem Mirror swings towards members only.
Controls are handed to you, pilot.
It seemed at first overall that LSD and company were winning that exchange, but Nova gets taken out, and as soon as Nova gets taken out, then he's able to eject and find himself a kill with this charge rifle, securing that round. 1-1's the score now on this colony set. He's gonna opt to pull this battery. Smart stuff from the Monarch to rocket the battery. However, Lucky Clock does get back in, and it's gonna be LSD taking a heads-up fight versus the Ronin. LSD pushed up way too far. He's gonna eat half his health for that one. And the Monarchs are starting to get corralled towards this area. Benefly's gonna hard dip versus his opponent, try to see if they can find LSG. Benefly has one more shot. Can he find the Doom? Unfortunately, cannot. Now Benefly's gonna be stuck. Not really an awkward spot. Actually gets a nice, comfortable spot to reload. Benefly gets hard. He gets hard chipped down by those M16. Opts to back away. Instead, now opts to go fight Nova, who is now the target. Nova is in a world of hurt against the double sword core. Tries to find one punch, tries to find another one. Unfortunately, can't find the rip. Great stuff from Benny using the wall to not get ripped. However, the Monarch, they make it over the wall. They can start chipping out at XO16. Benefly more likely to look for rip relatively soon. Instead, no, he gets stuck. Tries to find a range rip, but no! Nova will smartly disengage and he'll make it out alive. LSD actually hit him, but he didn't keep shooting, so he actually doesn't find the goose. Benefly makes it over the rooftop. We've seen how annoying he could be with this pilot. He put in a ton of work. He tried to find the kill with the charge rifle. Unfortunately, the charge rack doesn't do enough damage. The arc grenade is well timed, and he will find a good amount of shields for himself. However, Nuki does pull the battery in the back, but the shields from the battery don't really matter that much against the Monarchs. The Monarchs both have overshield plus a doom bar, so this charge rifle will put in a lot of damage over time. He's running out of time though. He takes the ground shot versus LSD. Doesn't seem to have been spotted out by the Monarchs. Smartly cloaks away. Makes a great rotation by Benny. Benny's gonna have to be able to win this round for his teammate. LSD's gonna have to, or excuse me, not LSD. LSD's gonna have to start. Actually, yeah, LSD's gonna have to start worrying about his health bar relatively soon. Nuki still hasn't been spotted, so he hasn't been siphoned. I like the fact that Nuki's playing back because he's denying these Monarch shields. See that he's been spotted. Benefly surviving still. Arc grenade comes out. Makes it through the window. Again, Benefly's placement with his movement has been phenomenal. He almost gets taken out there, but somehow he still survives. It's going to be Nuki. Tried to get out of his Titan. He almost gets taken out as well. However, in the back, it's going to be LSD will fall. Benefly does strike well and true. And he's trying to find a kill on Mr. Nova. Nova has to get out. Nova tries to take the 1v1, but Nuki Clunk rounds the corner and finds the kill onto the Titan.
Half time.
I don't know how Benefly does not die as this pilot. We saw him eat almost 3 XO16 rounds, but it was not enough to kill him. With that, he's able to put in the pilot work, and the damage over time adds up.
Focus, plan, attack.
And it's going to be 2-1 for members only. Here we have them running the double Monarch themselves. As they're going to come face to face with the double tone composition on the opposite side of things. Clunk gonna take this right side. The tone is already in position. Look, battery pull. Great stuff from the opponents. Already hogging that battery and making sure that they can't get it. LSD is gonna be the one that's on the hill. However, LSD is gonna be the target. As I said before, this team, they are an opportunist. If they see you alone, they will dive on you and they will try to commit to killing you. They do have the dash. They try to get the rip. Great punch from Nova is going to completely dissuade that. Rip. Nova tries to find the kill, but the charging rocket curves haven't been that great. Matter of fact, Nova gets the salvo core relatively late. Benefly's going to go into the air. Arc grenade. Charge rifle 1. Charge rifle 2. Gonna put Nova down for good. The double Monarchs taking over the double tones. 3-1 for members only. We've seen time and time again, members only, you give them an opportunity and they'll take it all the way to the bank. They saw the free opportunity to get a pick, successfully secure their pick. And Nova, unfortunately, not being able to land enough return damage. I like the fact that he dashed in front of LSD to land the punch to dissuade their aggression. Unfortunately, LSD decided to take an eject, so he wasn't able to get a salvo core of his own off. Meanwhile, it's going to be the double ions coming out from the members only team. They did lose the initial double ion mirror, but they won the double tone mirror, if I'm not mistaken. So now it's going to be... Oh, once again, the call is to focus Nova. Oh, Nova's too far up, and he's going to take a lot of damage. Benefly smartly disengages, understands his energy is relatively low, and then just cure himself a battery. They got the damage they wanted, and they're going to opt to get out. However, Nova's going to round that corner, and he's going to get the goose on a Benny. Great recognition. However, Nova himself isn't going to be able to make it out. No, he does! Unfortunately, Nuki punches way too early. Tracking Rocket 1, Tracking Rocket 2. He ate a lot of damage for that one, trying to get the kill on a Nova. Nova should just take the eject here, but he actually gets the Doom. And now Nova will actually survive. Huge play coming out from Nova. 3-2 is the score. Almost evened up between these two teams.
The sword is yours, pilot.
The heads-up play coming out from Nova getting the goose on that battery, understanding that even if they may have forced him away initially, he decides to rotate back in and be there for the battery contention. Map control. Very important in these LTS tournaments. However, here we are. The double legions have come out to play, but they're going to run into the double monitors. LSD has unfortunately dashed in the field. Benefly can't find the shot, sadly. So LSD is going to be stuck in a bit of an awkward position, trying to rotate back in, but instead, again, we see it again. Nova's a little too far up. Oh, Benefly opts to turn around. I think he might be... Actually, Benefly's positioning is excellent. He's in position to contest one battery, while at the same time keep Nova at bay. He's going to find LSD in mid. Double power shot comes through. LSD in a world of hurt. Benefly smartly disengages and takes the reload for himself. Battery's being claimed. And Benefly is already here on the punish. He's going to punish Nova, but thankfully Nova didn't lose too much health in that exchange. But they are in a very difficult spot, the Double Monarchs. Double Monarchs have to be able to isolate one of the legions, more than likely Benny at this point. As LSD, again, he's stuck in the field. LSD's not going to have that much cover against the Smurfcore. Smurfcore is popped. But Benefly is unfortunately body blocking himself, but he will not body block anymore. He used the trait to stand over, and he's going to get the kill on LSD eventually. LSD will fall down. Meanwhile, the opposite end, Stasis gets jumped by Nuki. And members only will win 4-2 on Colony. They called the matchup right on that end, and they won the game. Again, we've seen how this members only squad has liked to save the double legion for the very end. I think it's very good considering the fact that most teams opt to run the double ion early. And most teams also elect to run the double tone early as well. With the, especially I think the double tone out of the picture, the double legions have a lot more room to thrive. We've seen the double legion team fall over to the double monarchs once the monarchs were able to isolate a legion, and the legion essentially had no more cooldown to defend himself. But in that specific round, that didn't happen. The monarchs weren't sure how to position once they saw the enemy picks. Unfortunately, LSD gets stuck in the field, so he's not able to support his teammate. Even when he was stuck in the field, he couldn't even juke the Smart Core. He was just stuck in pretty much no man's land. And both monarchs eventually just meet their demise. The legions march down, take them out the game. Speaking of games, though, we're going to go to game 2. We're going straight to Exoplanet. Exoplanet. It's going to be a little interesting for this style of format, because we all know it, we all love it. Exoplanet is more of a close-range style map. So I imagine stuff like the double Ronin composition might actually be a lot stronger here because of the dive potential and the fact that fast pull might be an option. Of course, depending on what the other team decides to pick. But we're going to see what picks come out for the first round of Game 2 between LSD & Co. versus Members Only. LSD and company opt to take this left side, so they already got the fastball for themselves. So they're going to secure themselves a battery. Benny trying to find the ion laser shot onto the toad. Not going to find it. However, now the engage is on a Bellify. LSD going to opt to take this fight versus Benefly's ion. However, he stalled his reload. Benefly did not. Benefly opted to take a little bit more damage for his reload, which I think was a great play overall. Unfortunately, he tripped the tripwire. This 1v1's relatively close. Who gets the punch? As a matter of fact, one person gets melee cheese. Benefly smartly disengages. Laser core comes out. Benefly's going to have to go down, and he takes an eject. However, on the other end, Nova will win his 1v1 against Mr. Nookie. He had the battery, and he makes do with its advantage. 1-0 for Team LSD.
Controls are handed to you, Violet.
So a reminder, one team knows what's, or I should say both teams know what side they essentially have, and it's going to be Nova opting to go for a very interesting pull route. He doesn't get goose for his trouble as LSD opts to take up this mid position so that he can see what's going on. He sees one Monarch, and it's going to be this time the double Monarchs versus the double Legions, and it's going to be our friend Nuki Clunk getting out at a very unfortunate time, gets heavily punished, matter of fact, gets himself killed outright. No Monarch for you anymore. LSD popping the smart core, and Benefly will pop the eject. Get me out, he says. 2-0 for the LSD team. I think the double Monarch was an attempt to call the double Ronins potentially, but instead, smartly, the LSD squad win the mind game. So they're going to take another round for themselves.
We're doing great, team. They don't have a chance.
Matter of fact, I think the play might be this time. Yes, they're going to go to the double tone, actually. I was going to say don't select double Ronin here. Instead, pick something that allows you to self-anchor. But they're going to run straight into the double tones themselves. Both walls are dropped, which is not very ideal from the tones. Now the Ronins are essentially going to have a field day. LSG trying to contest this one side, but he's also has to shoot at the other Ronin as well. Benefly and company are diving onto Nova. Nova is doomed, and Nova will take to the air. LSD is now stuck in the 1v2. He's going to get Arc Wave, so he gets a lock on a one. Tried to find damage on a both, but he's stuck in a corner. He's going to get punched in this for sure. He tried to face kill Benny. What a strat coming up LSD. Can LSD find the rip? No, the eject is good, and he'll get taken out by the double sword course. Unfortunately, the Ronin will find their prey. But that's going to be the Ronin dive out of the picture. Members only going to find themselves that round, but they're not going to have the Ronins for this fast pull. But I will say, I respect the fact that LSD he understood he had no more options, so instead of being in the corner, he tried to phase kill Benny. It's a legendary maneuver. Pretty much perfected in the days of old by Overmatcher 360. We're not here to talk about him, we're to talk about this match. LSD pushing up on this left side. It seems the Tone Mirror is going to be the selection of choice. LSD going to find two lock-on. Double rocket. LSD can't hang out here. LSD hung out for way too long. Again, this team, if you're out of position, even for a moment, they're going to collapse onto you. As a matter of fact, more than likely, LSD has someone coming up behind them relatively soon. No, instead, it's going to be the fact that Nuki Octa held his 1v1, and it's going to be Nova getting the rip. Salvacore in the air. Salvacore coming down. Doesn't find Benny. It seems to hit Benny for a decent amount of damage. Meanwhile, our friend Stacy's going to get another battery. Double particle wall has been used, and it's going to be the eject coming up from Benny. Understanding the round is over. The Salvacore is already about to come down on him. And even though they try to find a pick on LSD, LSD survives. And the aggression from Nova comes back in and bails his partner out. One of the things I've noticed is that Benny and company, when they commit to a pick, If they don't get the pick within X amount of time, they opt to rotate out instead of full committing.
You're bloody well
And that, in the
destroyed.
end, actually ended up
Keep
biting
them,
them.
6-4.
LSD lives, he gets a lot of return damage. Nova gets a lot of damage in the back. That ends the game. Speaking of looking to hit someone in the back, we got the double Rodents coming out. The dive is here. However, the double Legion has been the call. However, the Legions are... We saw it there! Triple power shot is in play! He actually disembarked for it! So there's actually still one more power shot in play, assuming it's coming on this side. It might have been burned already, but great shots coming out from Stasis. The triple power shot tried to hit Nova. Nova actually gets doomed and he gets ripped! He's gonna be taken out! LSD has to come up huge with his sword core right now. He is a Master Ronin, but he's gonna have to dictate against two different legions. He has to rotate towards Benny. He gets the kill for himself. He finds the doom under the other legion. The other legion is so low. LSD understands he has time to grab this battery, so he's gonna get the battery for himself, securing himself a ton of health advantage, and it's over. Nuki will take the eject. He understands there's nothing more he can do. He opts to just go to the next game instead. 4-1 for LSD and Nova. Benny tried for the cheeky triple power shot glitch. I believe he's the first one to try to pull out into the tournament as well. Honestly, I respect it. As stated before, Exoplanet, more close range style map. They make the call right on the fact that they're going to pick the double Ronin. And even if they pick the double North Star, let's say, or the double Monarch, the Legion will be able to fit all of those picks relatively well. I'm not sure if the comms between Nova and LSD had noticed it, but thankfully they avoid enough damage. And because of that, while the Ronin dive wasn't as successful, LSD with the heads of play turns around, goes for Benny, gets the kill, cleans up what Nova started, and he left his partner at 1 HP. Gets the battery. We all know how that story ends. Eventually, Legion's gonna fall down. Not much he can do. But we're gonna go towards Boomtown for our game 3, our final game of this morning's finals. We've had a lot of close sets this afternoon. Here we are, round 1 with our final game. We're gonna hop in with Bennyfly. Bennyfly gonna look to take this left side. It seems that Bennyfly and Nuki have split up, but we know how they like to play. Nuki likes to come up either the rubble or the mid, as Bennyfly likes to take this left angle. Didn't see anyone on the rubble side. He has pinged himself on the radar with that punch. And the double ion mirror is the call again between the two teams. Bonus laser, can't find the goose. LSD will survive and get himself a nice little advantage. I believe Nova may have... No, he didn't. I believe he missed that laser shot. But Nova's going to get shot in the back. Matter of fact, Nova might get collapsed on here. Bennyfly does round the corner, but I'm not sure. Actually, Bennyfly's the one that's going to get collapsed on. He is now the point of aggression, as Nova has full committed along with LSD, but Nova himself is going to get doomed. Bennyfly can look for a rip relatively soon. Dash punch incoming. Nova recognizes it, but he doesn't punch in time. However, Bennyfly's doomed. LSD doesn't find the rip. A huge misplay coming out from LSD. LSD also tries to find a goose. Laser comes out on LSD. LSD's eventually gonna die for sure. Laser core through the trees. Laser core onto Benny. Can't even get that either. Bennyfly survives somehow. Still again, Bennyfly, the unkillable pilot main.
Welcome back, pilot.
1-0 will be our score. Members only taking the lead in this final game. Members only opting to select the double Ronin for themselves. They're going to opt to push up this left side relatively aggressively. We're going to see what they can do with this. Run into one Ion. LSD hasn't seen him yet. Ooh, Nuke Cook is gonna get a lot of damage. LSD has to stay crouched to hold all these earthquakes, and again, the dive onto LSD is superb. He's gonna get doomed relatively soon because he has no energy. Meanwhile, Nookie Clunk opting to play very aggressively towards LSD. However, he's gonna find himself eating a lot of damage. LSD smartly blocks the shotgun shots, but now the call is to focus Nova. Nova tries to get the rip on a Benny, but Nova can't seem to find a target to focus down. One doom for two dooms, but it's going to be LSD by himself. Arcwave comes out. LSD somehow sidesteps to Arcwave. Unfortunately, LSD can't find a punch onto either of the Ronins. Trap Rider to sway more aggression, but unfortunately that does hit Benefly. LSD running out of health. He gets the rip on a one, but at what cost? He's not going to be able to do anything after this rip. Benefly already positioned, and Benefly won't miss those. He'll secure a 2-0 lead for the members only. Right now, LSD and company, they're slipping a little bit. They had a ton of momentum in that Exoplanet game, but things seem to be falling apart for them. We've seen how Benefly and company, they play a lot more defensive and more tactical, and they're opportunists. Their team play has been strong since they've been a duo for a relatively long time now. Speaking of tactics, Nookie out to pull the battery. Meanwhile, Benny, never mind, Benny actually didn't even get collapsed on. The Ronins get the battery, but they're on the back end of the matchup play. As Nookie Clunk does get a battery of his own as well. I believe Nova's already taken some damage, so technically the Monarchs have advantage, but they're the ones with the quad dashes. They're going to be able to disengage from this initial Ronin assault unless the Ronins can already hurl them toward a corner. One dash used by Benny, but not the end of the world. Nookie Clunk opts to take point, and I think this is a great strategy. With Nookie Clunk on point, he's going to be able to soak up a lot of damage, and they're going to be able to chip down those Ronins. More chip damage comes out. Both teams taking this very slow. But, again, the Monarchs don't need to move. It's on the Ronins to play aggressive here, especially with the fact that the longer you hold sword block... Never mind, speaking of the longer you hold sword block, the longer your opponent plays right into your hands, immediately the game explodes, and Benefly himself will also explode. The Ronins find their kill as LSD carefully whittled and waited in mid. Swordcore comes out from one, punches rain down coming out from Mr. Nookie, but the other Ronin will get his prize, and that's going to be the end of that round 2-1 for LSD and Nova.
Half time.
Unfortunately, our friends playing the Monarchs get a little impatient. They step one too far into the trap. And Benefly, well, he takes a dip into that nice rubble under mid. But regardless, they'll have the Monarchs still for themselves, as the Ronins are now out of the picture for the opposing team. The Tone Mirror is now the call. Sodas have been popped in the mid. However, except Nookie's. Nookie still has his, and he finds himself a nice double ping. He has the pulse cycle, remember. Coach does get the battery. Actually, no, he will get Goose. Great turnaround from the opposing team. Nookie Clunk immediately gets taken out. His auto is already being farmed for core. Benefly. He understands it's over. Opts taking eject. Opts the cloak. Not really a whole lot he can do at this point. And that's going to be into that round. The score immediately evened up.
This is for yours. We are stronger united.
Nookie Clunk thought he had an opportunity to pull the battery, considering the fact that he saw LSD already retreat. LSD completely 180s and lands the shot. What an absolute marksman himself with a 40 mil. But that will take Tone out of the equation for their respective team. Again, we see them lock in the double Monarch. As I believe that they feel a bit more confident in locking this in, given the fact that Tone is out of the game. But there could be a Legion still looming around in the background. Ooh, Nuki try to find the goose on the LSDs. And Nuki actually gets back in his Titan this time, as I believe we heard a laser shot, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be Ions versus the Monarchs. The Monarchs are definitely going to have the edge here, especially since that they're going to want to have to spend a lot more energy reflecting a lot of damage. And with the Monarch being able to regen shields, and maybe speaking of, the Monarch's actually just coming up and pulling up towards Nova's face. Nova is in a tough spot. Nova's eventually going to go down. Great eject by Nova, though, to survive. However, LSD has the laser core, but if he pops it, he's going to take a ton of damage. Benefly somehow doesn't get ripped in the background. Meanwhile, Nuki Clunk turns and gets the kill into the pilot. Huge awareness by Nuki Clunk. Benefly takes the eject, and again, he somehow still survives. LSD is trying to fight this Monarch, but however, it's going to be Nuki Clunk with the arc round. He's going to just face tank whatever LSD does, and LSD knows it. He's going to take an eject, and that's going to be one more round in the pocket of the members only. They're trying to make their way towards grand finals and win themselves another PC tournament. But it's on to LSD and Nova to fight back. They would have to win 2 straight, and if they can do it themselves, they will advance to the grand finals. So we're going to see if this is potentially our final round here.
We're winning, but not by much. Let's show them 6-4.
They still have the double Tone after all this time. The double Tone is going to be the final pick for themselves, and this is a great position they put themselves in, given how strong Nuki Clunk is on the Tone. Instead, the draw has come out. It seems that there's been a bit of a misclick, or maybe an ion bug, on one side. Yeah. So instead, we're just going to continue to move on. Once again, we're still potentially in our final round of this set. We know what Titan picks have been elected from one team, but we don't know the other team yet.
Welcome back.
Again, the double Tone is really good mainly because of the fact that the double Ronin is already out of the picture. The double Tone can do well into the double Ion that's still on the table for LSD and Nova. It can also do well into the double Legion, which is potentially available. They see LSD out in mid. Tracking rockets come down. LSD is going to easily catch those, but because he's having to catch those, he's not going to reduce his battery. However, Nuki's Titan has wandered out in the mid, but it doesn't get too heavily punished, so he will secure that battery relatively intact. And he will eat a laser shot for his trouble, but as I stated before, the double Tone does extremely well into the double Ion. So it's going to be on to LSD and Nova to make do with this pick disadvantage. LSD opting to play a bit more aggressively. Tracking rockets come out. LSD's going to easily... Never mind, he actually doesn't catch those. He actually tried to do damage on a Nova. Sword Pulse on the ground. He has lock-ons onto LSD. LSD eats a little bit of damage, but the Rocket Reflect is good! He did a ton of damage on a Benny. And matter of fact, the Tripwire is also good. Tripwire number 2 also good. Tracking rockets come out. Benefly is doomed. Benefly has to take an eject. But once again, we've seen how immortal Benefly's pilot is. He's already burned the cloak, so he's not going to have that option available. He's going to harass LSD. LSD more than likely is going to get doomed. LSD zoom. However, they're going to keep chasing Nuki instead. And it will be Nova that puts down our immortal pilot. Benefly finally falls. And now it's just going to be Nova versus Nuki Clunk. And this time, the laser core is going to beat up the salvo core. And it's going to even up the set. 3-3 is the score. Only one team gets to advance towards Grands, and we're going to find out right here, right now, in this next round.
The teams are yours. We are stronger united.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Final round. It's going to come all the way down to here. More than likely, the double tone going to come out from one team. We're going to find out what the other team has in just a moment. We're going to stick in this overhead camera and see if we can see. I believe they may have selected the double monarch. Find out relatively soon with the sonar pulses coming out. And it has been the double monarch. The double monarch is going to have such a hard time against this double tone composition, especially with the fact that Nuki Clunk also take this pulse echo, meaning that he can play passive versus the double monarch and build up rocket lock after rocket lock after rocket lock. However, LSD, excuse me, Nova stuck in this right side area. He's going to be in a bit of an awkward spot. More rockets come out from Nuki. He's going to find the mark on a Nova as well. The passive play is, again, in favor of the double monarchs. Nuki Clunk opted to not take the battery this time. We've seen him before how he's gotten goosed by LSD. However, now it's Nova out of position. Nova's going to eat a ton of damage by standing in mid. Now it's going to be LSD to follow suit. Tracking rockets incoming. He finds the mark. Benefly finds the salvo core. He has a salvo core online, but actually doesn't opt to pop it. Instead, opts to play more passive and whittle down the marks. Now he will pop it. He'll get the kill on a Nova. Nova doesn't even get the eject off. And it will be LSD that's doomed. Can he dodge the rockets? No, he cannot. And he'll fall down. That'll be it. Benefly secures his team the grand finals position. Members only. Move on. As Stasis and LSD will take a seat in the losers finals. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move towards our losers bracket. Let me go pull up the bracket real quick for everybody. Alright, we're going to kick off our losers bracket immediately with Sin City versus Lightman Squad, aka Among Us, as they like to be called. So I'm going to go ask them for a nice, crispy invitation. And we're going to run through our losers bracket all the way through in one go. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting our next losers match lined up. It's going to be Sin City versus Among Us. Alright, now we're taking a minute to set up the lobby. So in the meantime, get comfortable, get hydrated. Alright, I have received an invitation. So I'm going to go ahead straight there. I'm gonna hydrate. I'm gonna go grab my water real quick so we have a little bit of downtime. Seems that while I was away, apparently Zeri has exposed his strats to our opposing squad. So for those of you that are in the tournament, I want to take some notes in case this team gets further in the bracket. But of course, they'd have to advance past Sin City. Sin City, obviously a top-notch branch of console LTS players. Go up against Lightman and Zeri, who are very good in their own right. I believe we saw both these teams actually fall to the members-only squad. Actually, no. Sin City fell to LSD and Nova, who are currently sitting in the losers finals. Meanwhile, the opposite end, Zeri and Lightman fell to members-only. So both teams are eagerly awaiting their runbacks. But here we are. We're getting started with our first losers bracket match. We're going straight to Colony. Despite how the format has changed, people definitely have their comfort maps. Colony will be Game 1 between Among Us and Sin City. Here we are. We're going to see what the Titan picks are. We're going to see if Zeri actually stuck with his word. The Bark Reembark. It's going to be the double Ion versus the double Tones. The Tones are awfully spread out, as the Ions actually are as well. Both teams opting to just take their respective sides. Lightman will actually not secure himself the battery. Cap rounds the corner and gets the kill. As Zeri understands it's over, opts to take the eject. Actually lands on Boyka. Boyka eventually will fell the pilot. Well, that round was quick and decisive. Unfortunately, Lightman got out for the battery at an ill-opportune time. Camp lands the shot in one shot. And Camp's not even the resident Tone main on his team. However, that's going to be 1-0 for Sin City. I'm going to continue on. Lightman and company opt to take the double Monarch. It's going to be the double Monarch versus the double Ion. Shot 1 comes out. Leadership number 2 comes out. It's going to be Lightman taking his right side. This time he's aware that Cap is in the picture. Tripwires has been dropped down, but Tripwires will not dissuade any of this Monarch aggression. Eventually, Monarch should just start winning the 1v1 versus the Ion. Great movement from Lightland to get all the way in. However, the Tripwires are going to come up relatively soon. They're going to do some damage. Cap actually doing phenomenally in the 1v1 against Lightman. However, Lightman's partner has showed up to use that laser shot, so he's going to be out of energy. Great punches coming out for Camp. Laser Cloak comes out as well. Lightman has to take the eject. Can he successfully stem away? And no, it won't even matter. In the back, it's going to be Zeri who falls down. Cap getting 2 kills to his name. Transferring controls to manual operation. Despite the aggression from Lightman coming out, the 1v1 wasn't ideal for him. Because of that, Camp was able to survive the aggression of the two members from the Among Us squad, and he was able to deal enough damage back as well as preventing the rip as well. Ooh, the double North Star comes out, but great. Oh, unfortunately, Lightman gets a little chip for his troubles. Man, he's getting chipped down some more. Lightman has been getting punished after punish, and he's already down to less than a bar, and the game hasn't even been going for 30 seconds. However, Lightman's going to continue to play aggressively against this North Star, but we know how comfortable Camp is on the North Star. Lightman is still very close to getting doomed. Boyka a little bit further out than he would like. Thankfully, he doesn't get doomed as well. Lightman pulling the vortex very well. However, Zeri's going to eat a flight core. Zeri's going to fall down. Great movement from Boyka. Boyka takes the eject. Does Barry find one? Everybody, Lightman will find the laser shot himself. Zeri tried to find a Kraber. He couldn't find it. Despite how the round started, the return from the Among Us squad has been looking beautiful. Meanwhile, the flight core comes out from Camp, but it's not enough to seal the deal. Lightman will return fire with the laser core. Lands a laser shot, crouches down in between cover, survives the flight core, and the laser core will drop him out of the sky. Unfortunately, the start from the double North Star team was so good, but the finish, man, the finish wasn't there. Camp took a little bit too much damage. Lightman, despite, again, he got punished the entire way through. Despite that, the North Stars eventually fall down. But meanwhile, we're going to move on. Zeri has selected the Legion. The Legion coming up this left side. We're going to see what... Ooh, it's going to be double North Star versus double Legion. This is actually... Despite the fact that it is Legion on Colony, which some of you would think is a very bad idea / bad map. Ooh, Zeri getting off of that battery. Going to eat some damage from Boyka, but Boyka has to swiftly disengage. Trades a little bit of life for the battery. Long-range fire shot, unfortunately can't find the mark. Again, this is a very scary situation for the double Northers as they're being corralled towards the back of the map. They're about to run out of options relatively soon. Boyka eats the power shot. He got a little greedy for the cluster missile, so he'll get punished hard. Meanwhile, Camp is stuck in front of a Legion. However, the flagger comes out and will take Lightman into the sky. Does Lightman's pilot get away? Boyka, can you find it? He will! Boyka will secure the kill. Boyka needs to get very, very far away from this incoming Legion. Camp tries to find a cheeky shot. Boyka stuck hovering. He pressed Y in front of a Legion. Oh no! Boyka's auto stuck in the open. Can Zeri find the kill? Zeri will find a kill on the Boyka for sure for getting back in. Now it's Camp by himself versus Zeri. Technically, North Star does win the 1v1, but right now she's technically at a disadvantage. One power shot's been thrown. Zeri, I think, running the enhanced ammo kit for himself. So he's only going to have the one power shot. Camp takes a nice hover over the building. Great shot from Camp. Camp sticks around a little too long. Somehow, Camp doesn't get doomed from the splash. Great presence of mind to pull the battery by Zeri. However, Camp himself is deep. Pam trying to just all in for the punch, and he'll find it. Somehow, Camp just all in towards the Legion, and he gets it. Huge play coming out from Camp, sealing the end of that round. Boyka, unfortunately, getting out at a really bad time. His Titan just stuck out, so Zeri was able to find the return kill. All sorts of kinds of madness is just going on in this Colony game, but Sin City will go up 3-1 in the set.
Pull it together, 6-4. Regroup, team up, and give him hell.
And it's going to be the Monarch lock-in. I think they're trying to call the double Ronin's going to be coming out from Sin City as they still have that pick available to themselves. No, it will be the Monarch mirror instead. Man around the corner, he sees both Monarchs in tow. A little bit of damage on the Camp. Camp unfortunately tries to play aggressively after missing his Siphon, but the damage onto Lightman is good. However, Zeri's going to be pulling up relatively soon as Camp does secure that battery. However, again, this is Monarch. Monarch Siphon is very effective against shield. think it'll be effective against shield. It's not effective if you miss. Zeri trying to heads up fight Boyka. Boyka does have the high ground. Boyka opts to turn around. And because he turns around, he doesn't opt to punch his opponent away. Boyka is eventually going to have to eject. No, he gets a little bit more time, a little bit more health with the Siphon. The second Siphon is the one that usually wins. Meanwhile, in the background, Camp has fell down to Lightman. Boyka has to take, or excuse me, not, Lightman has fallen down to Camp. Camp is trying to chase down Zeri. And I think Zeri may have gotten the kill onto the pilot. Camp, however, is so healthy that he's just going to win the game for Sin City. 1-0 is... 1-0 is the score. That was a wild first game between these two teams. Right now, the teams are deliberating between their picks and bans. And they're going to opt to lock in the Boomtown. Both teams are ready, and so we're going to head straight on into Game 2 of this set. So here we are, Game 2, Boomtown. Said it once before, I'll say it again. Our Guardian. Very comfortable map for all the players involved. Everyone's played it to death. We've seen it to death. And so, here we are.
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
I believe Sin City has been the team that's actually been changing up their first round picks. So, maybe they'll lock in the double ion, or maybe they'll opt to select something else. All comes down right here, right now. And again, as I said earlier, I literally just said it. Sin City opting to pick the different round start picks. So here they are. They're locking in the double tone. They're most likely going to fight the double ion from one squadron. And it will actually be... No, they're going to run straight into a double monarch. Both teams have actually opted to change it up this time around. Moika can actually potentially either self-anchor himself, or he can take the power position. He will take the power position. He's going to fight Lightman heads up. On the back end, Lightman's teammate Zeri will not be playing this round, as he is unfortunately a user. Lightman is going to try to fight for as best he can. Has to take an eject. Goes into the air. Camp unable to find a goose, so the call is never mind. Boyka will just run over, and he will eventually put the pilot down. Another gooser falls, and another round win for Sin City. We've seen a crazy amount of goosers on batteries this tournament. People have been pretty greedy, it seems, lately for their battery pulls, and it's been costing them time after time after time again. So here we are, moving on. There's that Lightman and Zeri are going to have to sweep that one under the rug. Continue playing. Meanwhile, however, Sin City will happily take that round win. Mike are going to take up this right side and going to find out who his opponent is on the rubble. And he sees the Legion. As a matter of fact, it's Lightman's Legion. This Boyka bravely opts to punch Lightman's Legion. Power shot. Nice timing by Lightman. Actually lands the damage. Boyka, obviously a bit more of an aggressive player, will not back away from the 1v1. Instead, opts to continue taking it. Nice extended. It held on the Vortex Shield. I don't know about taking that reload with the split rifle because Lightman will get the reload off. He does get the do. Opts to play patient for Lightman to shoot at him. Lightman has to take the eject. He pops the laser core kitty. He secured the kill on the Lightman. He will take the pilot out of the game. I like that decision from Boyka. Secure the pilot kill. And on the other end, Camp will secure the rep. 2-0 going towards Sin City. Moving on, the ions are now out of play. Actually, I should believe the double Atlases altogether are out of play for Sin City. So they're going to look to win the game without them. And it will be the double Legions. Boyka opting to take the right middle side. Meanwhile, Camp opting to go towards this left angle. Never mind, the Legions actually opt to stay together, and they're going to run straight into the double ion team. Camp is going to play aggressive and take this grandma side ramp. So then opts to blind power shot through the smoke and sets the play patient. I like the fact that he didn't opt to gamble. Instead, he will likely get a punish on a one ion, tries to flick power shot. Great catch from Zeri. Meanwhile, on the opposite end, Camp unfortunately has eaten a ton of damage for his aggression. Doesn't even find that power shot either. Great flicks from Zeri. Camp puts himself in the corner, has to take an eject on the other end. Gonna be Boyka falling down. The double ion successfully conquer the double Legions. Lightman and Zeri find themselves back into the game.
Transferring controls to pilot.
Here we are with our fourth round going in. We got the double North Star selection. And they're going to fight the double tone. I believe that the thought process is that since the... Actually, I'm not entirely sure what the thought process is. They're just going to run the double North Star into the double tone. I believe Lightman and Company might still have the double Legion available, and instead they're going to come face down against one tone. Boyka trying to anchor out Camp, but you can't really anchor out a tone who's just sitting in front of you, basically with no disruption happening. Camp now stuck in the 1v2. He has to fight two tones, and there's going to be a Salvagore coming towards him relatively soon. Camp is going to try to hang out here. He's going to try to hover past, but Lightman will hit the mark. The tracking rockets plus 40 mil combine, and Camp will get taken out the game. We all know it. Double North Star is very fragile. Camp thought he'd get the battery, assumed that the tones weren't going to push him, but instead, more tones opt to walk up the ramp. Boyka tried to use his body as a shield, but unlike the Yu-Gi-Oh! Quick Play spell card, not very effective when you don't have the health bar to tank two tracking rocking salvos worth of damage. Boyka opting to use some movement here. Gonna see if he can get himself the battery at a faster pace. Ooh, Arc Grenade did come out on Boyka, and it will stop him from getting back in time. They're gonna get a nice punish on a Boyka's Titan against the double, as the double mark has to fight the double Legion now. Great stuff from Lightman with the recognition. I assume that was Lightman. No, Lightman was the one positioned there. It was actually Zeri who actually got that Arc Grenade. Phenomenal stuff coming out from the PC players. Wow, Boyka doing his best damage as he can with the Monarch. However, Camp has run face first into Lightman, and the Smart Core, I believe, has been popped, as the Legion miniguns will eventually run him down. And now it's just Boyka by himself, 2 legions. Zeri just opted to run straight towards him like this is a horror movie. Boyka doesn't even punch back for his life. Instead, he himself will be fed a nice Predator Cannon for lunch.
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
Now, Team Among Us has taken themselves to a
Show them what the 6-4 can do.
3-2 screen. They win this round, it is over. It is up to the Monarchs to win this next round to keep themselves in the game. But the thing is that Lightman and Zeri still have access to double Ronin. We can hear the dashes here. Matter of fact, Lightman actually gets off the battery. They don't know that it's actually just a 1v1. He actually pulled the battle already. So Lightman's actually going to have a battery advantage for himself, which, again, I know I've said Siphon is very effective against shields, but for Ronin, it's more about the core game. Matter of fact, Ronin is already here. You can chip at Lightman all you want, but I believe his teammate's coming up relatively soon. Matter of fact, the call is to focus down Boyka. Great movement from Boyka, trying to deny the Ronin aggression as long as he can. However, eventually the Ronins are going to catch up to you if you don't play too far back. Camp now is the one that is getting ripped apart. However, no sword cores have come out yet. Speaking of that, one sword core will. It's going to be Lightman's sword core. Unfortunately, misses the Siphon in the back end. His teammate gets ripped. The other Sin City member has to take an eject, and Sin City is eliminated from this tournament. They're going to go 0-2. I believe the first time we've ever seen them this past year not get a top 3 finish for themselves. But that's going to be the end of that one. Actually, no, it's not the end of that one. Don't tell me it's another 1-1. It's another 1-1, isn't it? And here we are with another 1-1 in this set. Again, I am so surprised. The amount of game 3s we've had, the amount of 4-3s we've had, this tournament has been wild. Even I'm having a hard time keeping track of what's going on with the amount of rounds that we have to keep watching. But makes it all the more exciting for everybody involved. Both these teams have one more game. For their tournament life. What an absolute action-packed tournament we've been having. Did I make the right call? Wait a minute, I'm stupid Wheela. Okay, even the players are confused. Wait, there we go. Yeah, okay, they're still talking picks and bans. Oh my lord. Okay, this has been a wild and lengthy tournament. We're not done yet. We've still got the rest of losers to run through. So here we are. The actual final game of the set. We've got Among Us versus, once again, our friends Sin City. This is going to be our first War Games play for this tournament, specifically this PC tournament for this format. One team gets to move on, one team will be eliminated.
Controls are handed to you, pilot.
War Games selection, the double ion on one side and the double ion for another. Instead, this time Sin City opt to select a more comfortable pick for themselves. Last time we saw the double tone and the double monarch come out on Boomtown, but this time things are going to roll out more of a style that we're used to. Camp's going to take this left side. He's going to run straight to the light. The left side battery has already been pulled. As a matter of fact, Lightman's going to get himself mid. Lightman's going to get punished. Camp already looking for the rotation. Lightman opts to disembark from his Titan, unfortunately, in front of Camp. So Lightman's already going to be out of the picture and eliminated. Zeri coming around the corner does a lot of damage to Boyka, so Zeri will have the laser core online. Heads up fighting Zeri. It's going to be very scary. Camp using the double dashes, using all his energy to block out the laser core, mitigating that relatively well while getting a laser shot of his own. Meanwhile, Zeri's going to chase down Boyka. Boyka's going to have to pop the laser core. Boyka does take an eject, but he does a ton of damage, and Camp will secure the kill, putting his team up 1-0 on this third game. I am not 100% sure as to why Lightman unfortunately disembarked in front of Camp. Maybe he assumed he was already dead and he took a little bit more damage, but he had the overshield and a bar of health, I believe. Well, more than likely he would have been pinned between the two members. Unfortunately, he's going to fall down. Now, the double Legion versus double Ion. We've seen this matchup play out in a numerous amount of ways. The double Legion, while having the damage output advantage, Ion can reflect the attack at Legion. Speaking of damage output, Zeri's going to eat a power shot for his trouble. As a matter of fact, Zeri's going to lose both his laser shots. Zeri's going to play very patient with the power shot he's going to have to come up. Try to get you down to lose as much energy as possible. Wake up. Excellent mind games versus Zeri. I'm not sure if Boyka missed that one or if Zeri caught it, but Boyka is at a huge advantage in the 1-1. On the other side, Lightman is on a huge advantage versus Camp, and he's going to take an eject, and he's going to say sayonara. Boyka getting the smart core boost, but Lightman is the one with the health advantage. I don't know if I agree with this battery pull by Boyka. His Legion for sure is going to get spotted up by Lightman, who's going to be coming around that corner. Never mind. Surprisingly enough, Lightman, I'm not sure if he went for the other. Yes, he did. He actually did go for the other battery, so he opted for the battery trait overall. This is going to favor the Ion because the Ion now is allowed to play very passively. As we see right there, he lands 2 laser shots back to back. Now it's on to Boyka to find himself a cheeky dash power shot plus more damage. Boyka's waiting in mid, but now the Predator Cannon is going to make noise, so he's probably going to get spotted out via the sound. Lyman has pinned himself with the radar, so Boyka knows exactly where he is. His mid battery is in contention. One laser shot has been let go, so Lyman will be down half the energy. But again, once Boyka makes a move, he's very much committed. One more minute remains on the clock. Lightman actually knows where Boyka is and punches him in the face. Boyka has been spotted. He's getting pushed towards the pit. Lightman trying his best to push Boyka towards the pit. Great punish from Boyka. Unfortunately, he only has so many options, and Boyka will eventually Boyka falls. The score is evened up between the two teams. Now we're going to move on to our third round. Both the Ions, I believe, are completely out of play. So double tone on one side, and we've got the double tone on the other side. Another Atlas mirror. We've had countless amounts of Atlas mirrors come up in this tournament, and here we are once again. The teams often just play for more things that they are comfortable with. Boyka and Lightman are going to opt to exchange particle walls and exchange fire in the mid. Although Boyka's going to walk away a bit more with that exchange. Tries to look for a nice rocket curve over mid. Actually finds it. Gets a good amount of damage from the battery pulls our exchange. Meanwhile, Camp on the other end is actually getting beaten to a pulp. He's down to less than a bar. Boyka trying to take the heads up fight versus, I believe, a Lightman still who is around this corner. He is. Boyka evokes his dashing, and he will find a good amount of damage. Lightman's stuck in the open window wall. I like the rocket curve from Boyka, essentially forcing Lightman into the line of fire, but Lightman's gonna have wall advantage, but you know what? Boyka will have core. Boyka unfortunately can't find those other two shots. Meanwhile, Camp is gonna have to take a dip into the air. Camp currently more than likely harassing Zeri's pilot. Or his Titan, I should say. Zeri coming face to face with Boyka. More than likely gonna have to take Eject here. No, he won't! He won't try to stay in his Titan. Salvador incoming! Can you dodge Boyka? He will! Salvador wasn't just far enough forward, so Lightman couldn't find the Doom. Meanwhile, Camp giving Boyka a battery. Boyka aggressively walks out. He wants to end this round now, not give Lightman another chance back into the game. Circles around mid. He sees Lightman there. Lightman does get the battery, but doesn't apply in time, unfortunately. Lightman will die, and Sin City will win the mirror match for themselves, going up 2-1 in terms of round score.
Let's leave them in the dust.
Here we are back again with Sin City. They themselves will have the double Ronin selection. And this is actually a great choice by them because they're going to get this fast pull. Yep, misses the grab start boost, but they're going to come face to face with the double tone. Boyka and Camp, they see one tone who has no wall, and he has essentially nowhere to go. Surprisingly, he takes a lot less damage than I thought he would. Boyka gonna nail the pit dash. He will. He's gonna circle around behind Zeri. Zeri's gonna get doomed. Zeri's gonna go up. Matter of fact, Boyka's gonna get this Zord Core online. It's gonna come online right now. The double Ronins again will win the round over the double tones, and that's gonna be that. 3-1 for Sin City on the War Games. One more round, and they advanced up the loser's bracket. However, Lightman and Zeri aren't out of it yet. They can still claw their way back all the way, especially if they're given momentum.
We're doing great, team. They don't have a chance.
Double Legion is the lock-in towards the very end. Again, we've seen this from a lot of teams that the Legions get locked in later due to the fact that there is a lot less things that end up checking them. Boyka waiting around the corner. We're going to see what he can see in a second. Does he actually find what he's looking for? Is he waiting for something for the battery? No. Instead, the call has been made from his teammate that he's got probably more than one member on his side. He does. Camp eats a ton of damage, but Camp will regenerate some health from that battery. Boyka has to be careful how aggressive he positions. As Boyka will take the fight in mid. He has been pinged by that electric smoke. Zeri knows exactly where he is. However, Boyka has an SWPC kit, so he's actually able to position around that wall. And so because of that, he will take the fight versus Zeri. Boyka gets a smart core online. Boyka's going to do a lot of damage. Boyka, as a matter of fact, will send Zeri to the air and sends Zeri's pilot into the ground. And now on the back end, it seems that Camp has fallen to Lightman. Boyka versus Lightman. I'm not entirely sure how much health Lightman has. Ooh, the health bar is actually relatively even. Great block. Lightman still has actually slightly more health than Zeri. Matter of fact, he'll have the smart core over, Boyka. Dash power shot, unfortunately, misses the mark. And it will be Boyka who takes aggression, but I'm not sure how advised this aggression is. Lightman's still holding his ammo. He still held a power shot for sure. Lightman having a ton of ammo to spare. Lightman getting out and trying to pilot. Can Boyka find it? No, he can't! Unfortunately, Boyka couldn't secure the kill at the very end, and Lightman will win the 1v1. Now it is 3-2, as I've stated before. If you give Lightman and Zeri momentum, they can run away with the whole game. Boyka, Camp, locking into the double legion once again. Boyka opting away around this left side. Camp peeking around this right. He sees a tone. The double tone has been selected with the pulse cycle. The passive plays will be very strong from this tone combination. However, Lightman might be... No, actually, Lightman is not... He's actually about far enough. Lightman actually opts to dash forward. Camp trying to make his way around the wall. Camp gets one power shot. Camp gets another power shot. Lightman heavily punished for his aggression. Lightman does find the Doom. Meanwhile, Zeri on the back end. Marco comes out. Camp does find... He finds a return power shot and gets an eject off. Nice place from Camp. Lightman does have the salvo core, I believe. Lightman, can you find the 40 mil shot? He cannot. Camp's pilot will survive another day. Meanwhile, on the opposite end, Zeri is gonna salvo for Boyka. Meanwhile, on the back end, I believe Lightman tried to salvo for Boyka as well, but he missed a little bit of it. Meanwhile, unfortunately, Dragon Rest come out. They don't find the mark. Lightman, unfortunately, couldn't kill Boyka, and Boyka will survive with the Legion. And with that, Sin City will move on further up the loser's side of the bracket. And so here we are, Lightman and company, unfortunately eliminated from the tournament. And we're going to move further on with the bracket. That's another game 3 that we went to. Hey Dino, fix the bracket. I know I called the wrong thing earlier, but please fix the bracket. Because that's not me, that's you. So we're both wrong. Glad we had this talk. I know you're in the chat, Dino. Please fix the bracket. For me. Hopefully we don't need to make a lobby and I can just stay right here so we can continue running the losers bracket. Thank you, Dino. You're the GOAT. Appreciate you. No, I was on me. I made the wrong call. I appreciate you. I've done that twice now today. Maybe I should go like actually make a scoreboard. Maybe I should. I'll try to have that up next month. That way I can keep track. 4 rounds of LTS is actually a lot harder to keep track than I initially thought. Especially with how lengthy this tournament's been. But meanwhile, we're going to move right on. We're going to go straight to our next losers bracket match. Sin City is trying to make it all the way back towards their run back. But what stands in the way next is going to be Tragic Rat and his partner in crime, Titan. So, here we are. The next set of our losers bracket. Oh, Boyka is AFK, so we're going to wait a second. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're officially starting the next set of our losers bracket. Sin City versus Tragic Rat and his partner in crime, Mr. Titan. The first map selection has been Colony. We've seen it time and time again. We've seen it a lot this year. I think the two most picked maps so far have been Colony and the Boomtown. Again, very comfortable maps for most players involved in the tournament.
Control initiated. Focus. Plan. Attack.
But we've seen a lot of different ways this map can go. Sometimes some teams stall it out for a while. Other times there's a complete and utter chaos that just erupts in mid. Hey, we even saw one person get stuck in the field. But here, we're going to see what the Titan selections are with the overhead camera. We've got the tones coming out on one side, and the tones coming out the other side. How many mirror matches are we going to see? Not that I'm complaining. I personally love this Titan. And meanwhile, we're going to see what Camp sees in mid. It's going to be Boyka, actually, that spots out Tragic Rat. Tragic Rat has abandoned his wall. Boyka's going to take advantage. Boyka's going to take the heads-up fight versus Tragic Rat. He literally wants too many 40 mils, but he does land the tracking rocket. Tragic Rat does have the rocket lock on his own, but Boyka used the particle lock. But Boyka is, again, he's going to play very aggressively. He's going to keep pushing gas. He's going to keep fighting right heads up. Tries to dodge those rockets, but meanwhile, does find the Doom Bar, does find the Rip for follow-up right after. On the opposite side, Camp actually barely wins his 1v1 against Titan. Titan tries to go for the punch, doesn't find it. Camp will seal the deal with the Salvo Core plus eject combo, taking Titan out of the game. 1-0 goes up Sin City.
Transferring controls to pilot.
So here we are once again, back onto Colony. The opposite end, we're going to see what teams opt to select. Double Tone comes up from one side, Ions come out from the other. Boyka going to find a lead shot, unfortunately gets walled off for his trouble. Boyka opted to take this power position instead. He's going to get a lot of 40 mil damage. And he's going to catch some of those rockets, see if he can throw them back at Tragic Rat. Tragic Rat smartly disengages. Boyka tries to get some splash damage with the third bar, unfortunately not able to find it. Boyka still trying to push aggression onto somebody. And he will find... Ooh, he's got a lot of rockets in the Vortex Shield. Unfortunately, the Reflect wasn't as great as he hoped, but the rocket Reflect that he did get, plus Tripwire, will do a lot of damage on the Titan. Opposite end. Camp holding his own on the hill. And then gets those rockets easily. Almost got the Reflect as well. Tragic Rat getting up for this battery. Boyka trying to see if he can find the pilot, but actually can't find it. He'll get shot in the back for his trouble by Tragic Rat. Boyka does keep his focus on to Titan. Does get the rocket reflect that time. Does get the Doom as well. Laser Crow comes through. He tries to throw it all towards Tragic Rat. Tragic Rat doesn't even get the eject off. And his teammate Titan can't even find a kill. He will find the Camp. He will find the eject on the Camp, but Camp is going to look for the Creeper kill, actually. It's 1 HP. He can't find another one. No, opts to just pull out the Trident Rifle and seal the deal for good. Tried for the one. Tried to get himself another Creeper kill under his belt, as he did last tournament. But instead, seals the deal, gets the job done. We're moving right on. 2-0 for Sin City.
Bloody well destroying them. Keep it up, 6-4.
Sin City up 2-0, having a lot of momentum on the side. They seemed very comfortable on this specific map. Meanwhile, it's going to be the tone selection again from Tragic Rat's team. Boyka opts to wait out the particle wall. He's going to get he's going to get some decent free damage with the AO-16. Boyka instead actually pushing up very aggressively. This Silent actually gives him an excellent angle in the mid. Trying to see what he can do. Boyka's gonna dodge most of those rockets. Eats a little bit of damage for trouble. More tracking rockets rain down upon Boyka. Boyka actually just hard barreling through the E-Smoke as well. This is not exactly a position you'd want to be as the Monarch, because the Monarch doesn't really win the heads-up fight versus the Tone. Especially if another Tone gets involved. Tragic Rat will have the Salvo Core for himself. As a matter of fact, he's gonna pop the Salvo Core Surprised he opted to use it considering the fact that Boyka was so low on health, but he will stim eject towards mid. And actually, Tragic Rat gets the Salvo Core goose from across the map. Meanwhile, another Salvo Core comes out on the camp. Camp actually still survives that one, so there's going to be no more Salvo Cores in play from the two-tones. At this point, it's on to Camp to find a kill onto Titan. Great strafe around the corner. But unfortunately, eats a lot of damage for himself. But double unfortunately, the eject doesn't come out from Titan. Titan trying to get the Doom. Yeah, I'm trying to see if he can find the Siphon. Rat trying to peek around the corner. Camp does not get doomed miraculously. Meanwhile, Camp does get the double dash plus Siphon. I don't know about re-peeking this corner, Camp, because you're going to get locked on. You're going to get doomed for sure. Tragic Rat. They didn't really call out Camp's positioning. However, Camp will dash. He'll get the particle wall out from Rat. Camp does play aggressively, gets a little bit of damage with the Echo 16. He has the arc round. So the Echo 16 will begin to start shredding. Camp waiting for the rockets. He's trying to use this tower to see if he can block some damage, but no, trying to rest smartly swings around the other side. One lock on, two lock on. Can he find a third splash? He does! Dragon rockets incoming. Can you dodge Camp? He does! Camp will continue to survive. He has to find this Doom on the Tragic Rat relatively soon. He's only got 30 seconds. Lock-on's incoming. Doesn't crash behind the wall, and he will fall over. Camp finally getting pulled down. 1 round win for Tragic Rat and his squad.
Halftime.
Now we are moving on with actually our first North Star mirror of the event. Boyka and Camp versus Tragic Rat and Titan. Boyka trying to see what he can see. Actually lands a phenomenal shot on one of the North Stars of the opposing team. Matter of fact, he's going to get a crit on a Tragic Rat for his trouble. Tragic Rat already less than a bar. 30 seconds have elapsed as well. Boyka pulling this battery. We're going to go tune into what Camp's POV and see what he sees. Camp. Dashing over his left side. Boom! Finds another great shot. The Xbox North Star players are coming out to play on Colony. Tries to find that dash off of the Doom. Unfortunately, can't find it. Boyka walks a little too far. Will even try to try for his troubles. Boyka trying to do a cheeky peek spot. And he shoots Titan in the foot. Very nice play after Dino Rush himself using any kind of little angle to land damage. Boyka to dash in the mid. Gets another dash. Gets the Doom. Thankfully, the Doom himself finds another Doom. He actually gets both members of Tragic Rat's team Doom. And one member is already forced to go up into the air. Boyka tries to find a kill on the pilot. Tries to find it again. Unfortunately, can't seal the deal. Not sure where Tragic Rat is, but he's probably fighting. Yes, he is fighting Camp. However, Camp has the luxury of being able to get shot one more time and then getting Doom. Tragic Rat, it is not. 3-1 for Sin City. They win the North Star shootout. And we're going to potentially go to our final round 4 this game.
We're doing great, team. They don't have a chance.
We're moving along. Boyka going to take the Ronin. Oh my god. Apparently, we're going to have... Apparently, mid-tournament, the players have agreed to a 2v1 Kraber duel. It was stated before the match that we're going to have a Kraber shootout. So here we are in the tournament with a Kraber shootout. And Titan will immediately kill Boyka out the gate. And Titan will kill Kemp as well! Well. That's gonna be a round in an LTS game.
Controls are handed to you, Pilot.
Very interesting strategy coming out from both teams, opting to take the... They're actually typing to see if they're going to play another one. Guys, just so you know, I have to commentate your game, alright, guys? Guys! Also, this VOD's going on YouTube, so, thank you, Person. Person said, if you want a pilot tournament, just say so. But that's neither here nor there. Camp gets followed out. He's going to have to fight the double Monarch. Unfortunately, the rodents get stuck in each other, so Boyka has to use his phase. Camp trying to find his way in. The call is to focus down Titan. Both members of Sin City trying to get revenge for the previous round after losing the almighty Kramer 2v1. Meanwhile, somehow Camp doesn't get ripped. Boyka with the sword core gonna do a ton of damage on to Tragic Rat. Tragic Rat still alive. Tragic Rat with a great melee punch. Still keeping himself in the game. Camp does fall down. Boyka, oh, Boyka better find the melee, and he does. Tragic Rat tried to get away, but he couldn't run it fast enough. 4-2 is the score, and that's going to be our first game of this losers bracket match. Tragic Rat Company got one round, and then Titan won. The Kramer 1v2 that was agreed between the players. Interestingly enough, the players had decided to agree to a Kramer 2v1. And sure enough, Camp and Boyka, they do in fact lose that. I'm gonna just tell them. Cap getting the wrong idea of what I'm talking about. This is more the fact that, well, that's something I had to commentate, believe it or not. Just know, well, I try to professionally commentate as best as I can. We like to have a little fun here. And so, here we are locking in our next map. We have Complex. The first Complex pick, I think, of the tournament. Wait. Just to slip out of competitive mode real quick. Dino, I got a question. Is this counted as collusion? Or is this not counted as collusion? Because, I mean, both teams are agreeing, right? So it's technically not collusion, right? Oh, my goodness. Alright, back to commentary mode.
We are stronger united.
Back to commentary mode. We are back with more LTS action. We're going to Complex. Game 2 of the second round of the loser bracket. And the double Scorch has been locked in for Boyka and Camp. Meanwhile, the double Ions come on the other side. Boyka and Camp got the good side, so they'll be able to play more passively and hopefully goad one of the Ions into coming towards them. Tragic Rat gonna take this left side. We're gonna see if he spots out one of these Scorches in the hallway. He does see Boyka. Boyka will eat a laser shot in the back. On the opposite end, Titan ran into a Scorch of his own, but Scorch seems to have retreated. The Ions are going to want to look to play back here and just harass the Scorch with a laser shot and get a lot of passive play damage, because the T203 is a very hurtful primary weapon. Great laser shot there to hit the Scorch holding the thermal shield, because you can still hit Scorch's hand. Unfortunately, sorry to break it to all the electrician / Reddit players. Scorch is pretty bad. Meanwhile, Tragic Rat and company are taking turns harassing with laser shots back in and back out around this colony area. Great reflect with the Vortex Shield. Gonna actually net our friend Titan here. Laser Core. Flame Core gonna come out and return. Flame Core eject from Boyka is huge. Titan trying to find the kill, but he can't find it with the splitter rifle. And he can't find it with the Kraber either. Boyka actually returning the favor from the previous game. Actually gets the Kraber kill of his own. Meanwhile, Camp waddling around. Tragic Rat will punch Boyka. The double Scorches. Camp's gonna be really close to this laser core. Tragic Rat's trying his best to despawn this thermite trap. Tragic Rat does get the laser core online. Ooh, this is a bad spot. He's forced forward into this hallway. He has to fight a Scorch. He can't dash through that. Oh, he actually can. He surprisingly doesn't get doomed. He does get doomed now. Camp now in a huge position to just win the game, outlast the laser shot. And it's on the Tragic Rat to find a way to beat one Scorch with a Doom Bar. The problem is this Scorch has so much health. He's only got 30 seconds. Tragic Rat, you're going to have to make a miracle happen right here, right now. You can't pull that battery. That battery is currently coated in thermite. Yes, look at that battery. Kind of was the way, kind of like a sad puppy in a sense. Gives a nice fire start, but there's not enough time. He's down to 10 seconds. Hops to pop the laser core, tries to look through the hole, but not enough damage. Camp off the flame core through the window himself and actually takes out Tragic Rat. The map tech coming into play, sealing the kill at the last second. And ladies and gentlemen, Double Scorch has actually won a round in the Shadow Roulette tournament. In a non-mirror match. It has happened. Sin City, they're coming up here. They don't care. They'll make their own meta. We saw Lightman and Company try to run the Scorch with no success on the Crash Light, but Sin City pulled through. Put one on the board for Big Papa, please. There are things you just love to see. Meanwhile, Camp is going to get caught out between these two Ions, but he's going to successfully make it out as he has, I believe he more than likely has a quad dash on the Monarch. Boyka rounds the corner. Actually gets a nice siphon. I believe that's going to be Tragic Rat's shields. Shields for laser shot overall isn't a bad trade for the Monarch, especially if the Monarch has a ton of shields to work with. But now the Ions have to slowly march down this hallway. As Tragic Rat is out of energy, he needs to swap with his teammate, and he does. You can see one of the Monarchs being outside of the hallway. The Monarchs are surprisingly hold the position against the double Ions. The Vortex Shield, surprisingly, even though they're used as a walk-up tool, they're not able to find a way in. And Tragic Rat is slowly but surely getting chipped down, and they haven't done that much damage with Reflex, despite the X16 being hit scattered. Meanwhile, on the back end, the battery will be pulled by Sensei. And on the other end, Boyka tried to find the goose with the almost well-timed rocket salvo. Thankfully, Tragic Rat actually waited a second and doesn't get goose of his own. Treasure has to be very careful with his vortex shield placement because just like that, yeah, the shield's gonna get instantly taken away. Treasure has laser core. He's gonna opting to use it, catches Camp, reloading. It's a good amount of damage, but the problem now is that Camp has the arc rounds. Treasure Rat's eventually gonna lose his Titan for that. Meanwhile, in the far back, it's going to be Titan. Having to disengage from the double monarch, especially with the fact that arc rounds are now in play. Camp's gonna walk up. He's gonna get the kill. Camp also not gonna get doomed. We have 48 seconds on the clock. Once again, Titan has to come up huge for his team if he wants to keep this round going. Titan walking up blue hallway once again. There's been a slow march up this lane. Pops the laser core. Camp opts to disengage. Doesn't want to get killed himself. Booker rounds the corner. I think he got the duel with the Siphon. And Camp tries to get the rip, but he'll get found out by Titan. Titan, unfortunately, however, essentially tethers himself, and Boyka will secure the round. 2-0 for Sin City on the complex.
Welcome back, pilot.
We're taking a beating. Come on, we can still win this.
Sin City 2-0 currently in the round score. Double Ion is going to be the call from the Sin City squad as the double tone rolls out. Unfortunately, our friend Titan misses the sonar pulse. They're going to be aware that the fact that the tone is on the table. Camp trying to find his laser shot. He will find the mark. In the meanwhile, Titan will get the lock-ons. Boyka plays very aggressive. Tragic Rat tried to curve over the vortex shield. Unfortunately, all the rockets went towards it, and the reflect from Boyka was great. Tragic already missing a ton of his health, down to essentially just a bar. Ooh, that dash was ill-advised. He's gonna get eaten alive by two members of Sin City. One laser shot comes out. He tries to punch for his life. He tries to shoot Tragic Rockets and well, do as much damage as he can. Has to take an eject. Boyka will snipe him out of the air. Meanwhile, it is all up to Titan. Again, Titan has always been in these 1v2 situations. He hasn't been able to come out on top yet. Double comes out. He's going to try to get the kill on the camp if he can. Unfortunately, someone's sort of pulls at a bad time. So he's going to miss a lot of damage. And he's eventually going to die in his spawn room, no less. Sin City playing very aggressive with the Ions. Taking it to
Half-time.
Tragic Red. And they're really guys.
Pilot control initiated. Focus. Plan. Attack.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems we might have another 1v2 Kraber attempt.
Pull it together, 6-4. Regroup, team up, and give him hell.
And sure enough, here we are. We've got Titan being pilot. Firstly enough. Oh, he gets taken out by Boyka immediately. Not today, says Boyka.
It's over.
Camp. And Camp will actually land the next shot following up, and that's going to be a wrap for that game. 4-0 Shadow on Complex. Not the most traditional ending to our LTS games, but an ending nonetheless. Sin City are going to move further into the losers bracket. And now they will get their run back against LSD plus Nova. But here we are. We're going to move on. We've got our losers finals coming up. Going to be Camp plus Boyka, the Sin City squad, moving up against LSD and Nova. Invite's been received. We're going to move right on. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We've got our losers finals. We have Sin City versus LSD and Nova.
The rodents all transferred to pilot.
What team will go all the way in to face members only? We are going to find out right now. Boomtown's the map. Here we are locked in. Guys, it's an LTS tournament. Hold up. Guys. Guys. Alright, hold up. No, should we just draw the round? Guys. Hey. Bro. I'm not being a party for dude. It's got a tournament to run, bro. Okay? Okay? Like, we got a tournament to run. We're running an event. Okay? People are winning grand finals. Like, I'm going to step in and be the professional here. Okay? Look. Like, guys, okay? Like, please play your match, okay? Like, the TLDR is like, I know we want to have fun, but we gotta play your match, okay? Like, alright? So we're gonna see that on the rug. We're gonna move on, okay? If you want a 2v2 Craver tournament, ask in the TBT Discord, because right now we've got losers finals between Sin City versus LSD and Nova. One team goes to Grands, and we're going to find out right here. Boyka and Camp opt to select the tones at the start instead of the usual IOP selections. And they're going to run straight into the double Ronin composition. Camp has been punished before for being too far up. This time, he will smartly disengage from LSD, plus his partner in crime, not Nova V2. Seems that Nova has opted to go back for the battery, while LSD will take the front. However, he's about to get beat down by these tones. Nova doesn't, Camp doesn't opt to select for further aggression forward. Meanwhile, Nova's going to round this corner. He's got the battery. And it's going to be Camp that opts to play aggressively to Nova. Thankfully, he despawned his Arcos. He's going to deny him some core, but he ate all 4 shotgun shots in the face. Meanwhile, Nova's going to get the sword core. Great melee box from Camp, but I don't know how much time that's going to buy him, considering the fact that Boyka has to fight both sword cores on his own. The Ronin dive, once again, successful. And the first round is going to go towards LSD plus Nova.
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
So the Ronins will be out of the picture for LSD plus Nova. But Sin City and Company are going to opt to run it back with the double tone selection. We're going to opt to get out for the battery. He's going to see what he can pull. He will be able to get that battery relatively dangerously, but he gets back in successfully. Camp smartly splashes the ceiling above Nova, and he will get the lock-on from there. As a matter of fact, Nova will opt to just hard aggro back into mid. Ragnarok's come out, and they actually do find their mark on a Camp. Camp also successfully maneuvers enough damage away from the second barrage, but Camp trying to play aggressively on a Nova, trying to punish him for being too far up. However, his particle wall is also gone. Nova, I think, is successfully disappeared underground. Now Nova is stuck between 2 members of Sin City, and he's going to go down. No, Eject comes out. LSD taking the 1v2 versus Camp and Boyka. Camp finds the salvo core, actually body blocks LSD as well. Great place from Camp. Salvo core in the sky. Unfortunately, he didn't keep line of sight long enough. Doesn't find the salvo core in a Boyka. Tracking rockets come out. LSD understands it's over. Takes an eject for himself. That's going to be 1-1 between these two teams.
The sword is yours, pilot.
Moving on, we've got the double ion lock in from Sin City. Unfortunately, Nova has run out of time to keep playing the game, so that's probably going to be our losers finals, unfortunately. LSD and Company are going to take the forfeit here, sad to say. So with that, Sin City is going to move on to Grand Finals. To update the audience, yes, Not Noble V2 unfortunately can't continue playing the game. So unfortunately, he's got the good old case of the life unblockable, as I like to call it. He doesn't have any further time to be here. So with that, LSD and Company are going to take a third place finish, and it will be Sin City advancing to the Grand Finals. Unfortunately, yes, it's not exactly the best way we want to end a loser's finals, but sometimes that's going to have to be the way the cookie crumbles. But we still have our grand finals at the very end of the day. Sad to say that's how our loser finals ended, but it is what it is. In the meantime, we're going to get another lobby set up. We're going to advance towards the grand finale. Once again, in the grand finals is the members-only team. We've got Benefly plus his partner in crime, going to be Nookie Clunk, up against Sin City, who we've seen play all the way up until this point, being Boyka and Camp. For those of you that are still in the chat and are still kicking back, enjoying this very lengthy tournament, we've got one last set of games for you today. We've advanced all the way to our grand finale. Friendly reminder once again, grand finals is a 3 out of 5. On the winner's side, we have members only. And on the loser's side, we have Sin City. Sin City has successfully climbed all the way back from the bottom of the loser's bracket. And friendly reminder, there's a prize pot for this tournament. The winner of this event gets a grand total of $200 in their pocket, which they can split between themselves. Courtesy, again, of Boxing Adric. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we've arrived at the very end of our second ever Shadow Roulette 2v2 tournament for PC. Right now, we're getting things together for the grand finals. Members only versus Sin City. The map picks and bans are underway. It seems that they have selected Boomtown. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting started. We're going to have our first game of the grand finals. Sin City versus members only, with their first map selection going to be Boomtown. The tried and true classic. This is going to be the final set of the night. Winner of this gets $200. Again, courtesy of Boxing Odric. And we're going to see what the first Titan selections are in this conclusion of our second ever Shadow Roulette 2v2 LTS tournament. On one side, we're going to have the double Ion selection coming out from the Sin City squad. The other side, we've seen that Nuki and Benny don't like to really change how they approach. They like to try and true strategies, and sure enough, we see it here again with the double Ions coming out from the members only team. Benefly smartly uses some of his energy to turn back around and protect himself. Camp unfortunately missing that laser shot. Boyka gets punished a little bit for his shovels as Benefly does take the corner here, but smartly rotates out. Now it will be Camp who has this corner instead. However, Boyka's now out of position. Because of the way that Benny chose to rotate, he's going to be able to sandwich Boyka soon, but instead Opposite continue taking the 1v1 versus Camp. Here we are, we've got the 1v1s respectively going on each other's side. But actually, it's going to be joined in by our friend Boyka. Now, Benny's pilot is back in the air. We've seen how much damage Benny's pilot can do. As our friend Camp might get killed out of the air by this car. He doesn't barely. Boyka gets the kill onto Bennyfly in the back. Great block from Boyka. One laser shot will spill the Doom Bar for the other Ion. As Boyka tries to slide all the way, and he'll find the rip, denying the laser core from Nuki. But I am so surprised he got that, considering the height. But there it is, Sin City. They play their cards right, win big. Round one goes to them. Ion eliminated from the pick pool of Sin City.
Controls are handed to you, Violet.
The collapse by the Sin City squad onto Benny was surprisingly clean. I expected it to go the other way, where the collapse on a Boyka was going to happen, but instead Benny opted to take his 1v1 versus Camp. And unfortunately, they can't. Sin City will pick up the pick first. Smartly, Boyka opts to prioritize the pilot rather than doing damage to the Titan, and eventually seals the round. Tone comes up from the Sin City squad as the double Ronin shows up. We've seen this tale tried and true. Can Sin City make the story happen as members only made the stories happen versus Lightman and Company? Camp playing very aggressive with the tone, trying to see what kind of damage he can lament onto this Ronin. Meanwhile, the double archers come out. As he's going to be Nuki surrounded by 2 members. However, now the collab on the Boyka is good. Boyka's taken up to the air. The problem is now, actually, there's going to be no more problems. Doesn't matter what you do here, Boyka. Boyka's going to for sure fall down and die. The double Ronin hanging over the double tones. Tale as old as time. Members only even up the set really fast. We saw how one Ronin went in, one Ronin drawn aggro, Ronin rotates out, gets battery for free, other Ronin comes in. Alright, I'm done here. Ronin with battery comes in, both Ronins dive, end of the game instantly. But we're going to move right on. Ronin eliminated from the pick pool of the members only squad. Boyka and Camp opt to still select the double tones for themselves. Sonar's revealed nothing so far. Actually, I think we saw this one of the other rounds where they decided to wait at the further back part of the map, which means they get to mid slower, but they deny the sonar pulses early on from both teams. Tracking records unfortunately go towards the wall on Camp's end. Meanwhile, Boyka uses the bridge to juke out a barrage of his own. Boyka potentially looks to play aggressive here relatively soon. Dropped his wall a little early, but I don't know if Nuki definitely saw it, so Nuki's going to have the wall advantage relatively soon. I believe Benny is still holding his corner. No, Benny opts to rotate back towards his teammate. Again, the team positioning by members only has been phenomenal. Meanwhile, phenomenal damage onto Boyka. Boyka already almost less than a bar. However, Nuki's going to pull the battery in front of 2. But he doesn't get punished that hard for it. He's going to play aggro into Boyka. Boyka's going to get Salvo Core. Salvo Core is more than likely going to come out for Boyka. And he'll actually get killed on Nuki. Nuki underestimating how much damage he would have done. On the other end, Camp gets a doom skip onto Benny. The chips come down. And it all falls down. 4 members only. 1 member falls. The other member shortly follows afterwards. The doom skip actually coming into play in the tournament. It's a glitch we don't see very often in competitive, but it's something that can happen. To give the audience a rundown, if essentially 2 sources of damage tick at the same time as you get doomed, it essentially just skips your doom bar entirely. You literally do not get a doom bar. This very commonly happens, especially with E-Smoke, with how rapid the tick rate is. And because of that, that's going to give Sin City a free round. And we're moving right on. Boyka and Camp select the double Ronin, so they will have the match advantage this time. Yep. He has the AWOL. He's going to look for the full. He AWOLs the battery, and he does get the full. Camp successfully implements the beta classic strat into his gameplay, and now he'll secure himself a battery for sure. The other end, one tone also got a battery, but the problem is, as these tones, is how are you going to stop these Ronins from eventually getting towards you and eventually getting core? All the rocket barrages have been used by the tones themselves. Camp lands all 4 shotgun shots, and I think the call might be, yes, it is in fact to collapse on to Nuki Clunk's tone. Nuki Clunk eating a ton of damage. Camp trying to get greedy for the Doom Bar. Thankfully, it doesn't eat too much damage of his own. He's going to get the Doom now. He's about the Sword Core incoming from Camp. Sword Core incoming from Boyka. Camp will get 1. Camp gets this Arc Whip. Camp gets another swing. Boyka returns. Boyka comes back again, and they will combine, and Benefly's tone will fall down. Took a little bit longer, but Sin City up 3-1 in the first game of Grand Finals.
Transferring controls to pilot.
However, members only has a lot of picks available.
You're bloody well destroying them. Keep it up, 6-4.
And the thing is that they're opting to take the double North Star again. We saw how this played out for them last time against the LSD plus Nova Squad, where Boyka ended up having an anchor for Camp. Can Boyka find a cluster missile? He does not. But it looks like he successfully denied the battery. Camp surprisingly getting off from this battery, considering what happened last time. Boyka finds a dash shot onto Benny, it looks like. You know, Boyka opts to cluster the battery again. I like this battery control that they have coming out from the Sin City squad, but Camp doesn't come face down with Nuki Clump, which is not exactly a position you want to be in as a North Star. Nuki Clump's in a hard barrel towards it. Matter of fact, Bennyfus is going to be here as well. Camp need to find Flight Core, and you find it now, and he does. He's going to Flight Core one tone into Oblivion. He's doing himself, but he's definitely going to get the core. Matter of fact, Bennyfus not even get the eject. That is huge! No pilot work this time. Tracking rockets come out, and Boyka's going to hard engage and get a nice flick shot to end the game. Very nice low-look railgun at the end. Going to be 4-1 for the Sin City squad. Taking it to members only. But we've seen how members only likes to play. Even though they might lose the first game, their adjustments and counterplay to what you like to do has been phenomenal throughout this entire tournament. And the other thing I should mention is that, again, Sin City is coming all the way from loser's side. Meaning that they need to win 2 sets of 3 out of 5s if they want to take this tournament. And there it is, the next map immediately locked in. We're going straight to Crash Site. We saw how the members only squad won this map specifically over their opponents being the Lightman squad in a very intense last game, last round finish. But they haven't played against the way Sin City likes to play this map. When they fought against Lightman & Company opted to play the Scorch for, I believe, 3 rounds, if not 2. So, Lightman & Company couldn't find their win with the Scorch pick. They tried and tried and tried. Couldn't get it. But, instead, here we are. Game 2. Grand final set.
The rodents all transferred to pilot.
We are on Crash Site. The first selection from Nuki Clunk and Benny is going to be the double Ronin composition, and they completely ignore the bottom battery, instead of opting to take this hill position. The double Ions come out versus the double Ronins. No tripwires are in place, so these Ronins are going to be unimpeded to go in as hard as they want. Matter of fact, the Ronins will opt to disengage after forcing the Ions out relatively far enough. They're going to opt to pull this battery. Bennyfly doing his best to body block for his other Ronin. Now, the plan seems to be to get another battery before the Ions can rotate in. Unless one of the Ions is already here, they either risk getting collapsed on, or alternatively, they're going to be able to disrupt this battery. But instead, both Ions are here already, which is a very good sign. This gives them 9 Bennyfly the battery. Bennyfly might have to play a little careful and try his best not to get June, because he himself can fall over. However, in the background looms Nuki Clunk. Nuki Clunk has a ton of health. As a matter of fact, I believe he still has full health plus shield. Only now is Nuki Clunk's shield. Actually, Nuki Clunk isn't even going to fall over yet. As a matter of fact, he's going to get another battery for himself. Did himself a ton of damage. He lost some health, but it's not enough. Torker comes out. Boyka has the melee box for his life. Nuki Clunk can't find a melee. The double Ion melee box is going to be so good here. Nuki Clunk has to disengage from the laser core, and the laser core actually, I think, sword block pierced him. He's gonna get doomed. Nuki Clunk unfortunately fumbles the sword core, doesn't get enough value, and both Ions are still standing. His teammate Bennyfly unfortunately got ripped to one of the Ions, and now it's gonna be on to Nuki Clunk to fight 2 Ions. One is very close to doom. The other one, I'm not sure what his health is yet. Matter of fact, both of them are very close to doom. Get the Doom on 1, opts to disengage hard out, but he can't make it around the corner. The second laser core burns him alive. And that's going to be it. The Ronins fall to the double ion composition. I said it earlier, but Benny's health kept getting lower and lower and lower. Sin City found consistent punishes on a Beneflat. And surprisingly, the members only team doesn't take the fight initially, despite there being no more tripwires in play. The Ions only have laser shots plus punches to defend themselves. They try to secure a bit more advantage. They get a bit too greedy, and because of that, they're going to lose that round. Last thing I want to say is that I think Nuki could have face tanked for Benny, but we can see that Ronin unfamiliarity coming out from this team. The new matchup is now going to be Monarch versus Ion. Camp ate a decent amount of damage, but he's going to heal that right back up by getting that battery for himself. Boyka has the front line versus 2. The Ions both are relatively low on energy, but they have the tripwires to dismay any further regression. It might be on a Camp to start frontlining for his teammate because of the fact that he has those shields. And there it is. Actually, speaking of frontlining, Camp is actually just going to play hard aggressive. Unfortunately, I believe he tried to punch twice. Yeah, that punches are actually going to put Benefly further away from him than he would like. And that Vortex field is also going to hurt his teammate a lot. Boyka is slowly but surely running out of health. Matter of fact, the Ions can look to just start poking him down, as the passive play is the call from the members only squad. We see how they like to play the Grand Finals of sets. They rather play their options close to the chest. And I say that as the option is to rotate towards mid. I think they're trying to get ready for this next battery that's about to come into play. However, the Monarchs have the hill control. The Ions are going to have to walk up this hill, because I believe Camp still has full health. Let's take a look with Benefly and see what he says. No, he doesn't actually. Camp actually is missing a good amount of his health. I'm not quite sure who has health advantage. We're going to find out in just a second. Laser Core comes through. Boyka's decided to face it. Boyka tried to go for the play. He tried to go for the rip. Unfortunately, couldn't find the mark. Benefly's pilot in play. We've seen how effective it can be the entire tournament. Camp, watch your back! Camp gets ripped and taken out of the cockpit. Laser Core rains onto the pilot. And meanwhile, Laser Core about to rain on a Boyka. Boyka eventually gonna die. Benefly on his back, getting the job done with the pilot play. It's a 1-1 for the second game of our grand finals. The Ions for the members only squad is now out of play. The Monarchs unfortunately couldn't get the job done. Ions win the fight. As the next select is going to be Tone. This is Nuki, as I've said before. He is able to play Tone pretty much any map. His positioning is phenomenal. But they're going to come face to face with the double Ronin. Matter of fact, the double Ronins are just going to start forcing their way in. Boyka actually opts to rotate out, but the splash damage of them rockets are actually going to hit Camp for a ton of damage. The plan seems to be back up and get the battery. Rocket lock on Boyka are good. And great wall from Nuki Cluck. Nuki Cluck's wall actually blocked, I believe, all 4 shotgun shots from one of the Ronins. But however, Camp is coming into play. Camp has a lot of shields, and he's going to have Sword Core online right now. Sword Core more than likely going to be popped here. He's going to try to focus down Benefly. Benefly takes the E-check. Nuki Cluck has to rotate away from this Ronin. But matter of fact, he'll get the Doom on the Ronin. Subwoofer incoming. Camp does get the Doom. He can't find the rip. Camp gets a nice melee, but Camp has to take an eject right about now. Camp in the sky. Nice solar pulse on the ceiling to see if he can find the pilot. He does, and he will kill the pilot. It's Boyka all by himself. Boyka with the Arc Wave actually seals the deal. Oh my god, what a nail-biting finish. Nuki Cluck played out of his mind, containing both the Ronins of Sin City all by himself. But it wasn't enough at the very end. Boyka smartly throws an arc wave, phases to keep himself in the phase rope, and then tries to eject to buy as much time as possible so that arc wave could land and find its mark. Sin City clutch it out, just barely. They're going to be up in the round count.
They aren't winning by much. Take them out, 6-4.
But I like this strategy a lot coming out from the members only. They themselves will take the double Ronin And they're going to march up this hill. If a double tone comes out, it might just be an instant loss from Sin City. If something else comes out that walks up this hallway, it's probably... Never mind, it's a double Legion! The double Legion waited in line and waited. They actually killed Battlefly on the battery! What a sneaky strat coming out for Sin City! They're gonna take another round! Nobody opted to lock the corner and check. And because of that, Sin City is gonna add another pilot kill onto the already massive pile of pilot bodies we have for pulling batteries. That was a very cheeky strategy, and it paid off huge. 3-1 is the score on this crash site map.
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
We're taking a beating. Come on, we can still win this.
Here we are. Members only opt to run the double Ronin back. It's not really a whole lot anymore that they can be impeded by in terms of picks. The Legion's already out the game. Monarchs are still here. But despite that, Wicca might be too close. Actually, Nuki decides to disengage from the Monarch. This is not a great position to be in. Especially since Benefly has decided to engage without his partner. He's getting punched to death by the double Monarch. The Monarchs still have all their ammo. Benefly is already doomed. Nuki has to disengage. Wicca's going to be the one to play hyper-aggressive on a 1. Camp tried to all in and get 1 kill. However, Nuki Clunk has the sword core. Nuki Clunk's going to get 1 to go up. As a matter of fact, Benefly and Boyka are going to trade. Nuki Clunk backing away for this hillside battery, but he's going to run face first into Camp. Camp is more than likely going to come up this hillside. And he knows. And he does know. I'm not sure how much health Camp has. We're going to find out in just a second once Nuki rounds this corner. Camp electing to play passive. More than likely, Camp recognizes he has the health advantage. Second arc whip comes out. Third arc whip comes out. All arc whips have been used. Can't find the Doom. Camp actually opted to play aggressive. Does find the Doom himself. I'm not sure if Dooms were traded here. Camp smartly gets on top of the crate, but he has to face take all that damage, and Nuki will steal the round from him! Oh my god. With an absolute pixel of life, Camp tried to stand on top of the crate so he wouldn't get ripped. Thought he had a power position to himself, but he couldn't save himself from all of the Ronin damage. You can't underestimate close range lead wall damage. The melee didn't need to secure the rip. All it needed to do was get the kill. And because of that, members only, they didn't get that round. Now they're stuck in a bit of an awkward spot given how many picks they have left. The double tone comes out now just so they can even up the game. Meanwhile, the other end, the double tone also comes out. I like the fact they dropped both the walls early. Because of the fact that Nuki has the pulse missile kit. He lands 1 shot, tracking rockets come out. It's going to be actually very hard to evade tracking rockets on this map, given how narrow everything is. Gets rained down, more tracking rockets rain down. I'm not quite sure who has health advantage here, but it seems that Benefly is taking a pounding. Boyka plays very aggressively with this tone. Nuki unable to find that lock on as Benefly has taken an eject. Nuki Clunk by himself. Salvacore rains down. Nuki has given up the game to Sin City. It is going to be a 4-2 victory for the Sin City crew. I'm going to be honest. Members only, they're looking a little frazzled, I think, with how the last 2 games have gone. They've definitely not gone their way, but what they need to do is they need to shake it off. They need to keep it going. Okay? You still have plenty of games to play. This is still a 3 out of 5, meaning that Sin City would still need to win 1 more game in order to reset the bracket. And then at that point, we play a completely new set. So it's not over for the members only squad in the slightest. Here we are. We're moving on to the third game in our set of grand finals. We have selected Colony. Benny and Nookie. There's been a comfort map for them the entire tournament. Matter of fact, it's been a comfort map for everybody this entire tournament. So Sin City, no stranger to danger. They know what to do. They're going to see if they can reset the bracket right now. Or, will members only find their footing and make our first set of grands last that much longer? Time to find out.
The Ronin sword transferred to pilot.
Here we are. Titans have fallen onto the grounds of Colony. It seems that the double tone has come out from, I believe, from Benny and company, and the double ion has come out from Sin City. Boyka has been victim of the pings. Boyka tried to see if anyone was going to look to pull that battery. Remember, you got pinged by both tones. He's going to get locked down in one shot, I believe, by both the tones. Nuki Clunk tried to dash out and find a lock-on for himself, but a laser shot does find its mark. Camp is locked on. Camp's opt to wait patiently for these tracking rockets. Tracking rockets come out. Tracking rockets don't find a mark on a camp, but meanwhile, Boyka is going to be the one that's going to be in the 1v2, I believe. Great catch from Boyka. Matter of fact, he's the one taking it to the members of members only, as Nuki Clunk is forced to take an eject. Nuki Clunk is going to be able to do a lot of work with this pilot, especially where he's positioned on top, next to the building. And the problem right now is the Ions don't have a whole lot of health, as Bandifly comes through with the Salvo Core and gets one. Can Bandifly find the Gooser? No, he won't even need to. He's trying to instead kill Camp. Tracking rockets on a Camp are good. They already popped the laser core. Couldn't defend himself anymore from the Tone Rocket incoming. And that's going to be the round for members only. Their next map choice seems to be working out. Ion's been removed from the pick pool of members only, so they're no longer to see that Titan for the rest of this game. However, they still have the other Atlas they like to play. Typically, the rotation from this member-only squad has been Ion. I believe Tone has been second usually. And then after that, Monarch or Ronin into Legion. I say that and immediately pick the Monarch. And the Monarch mirror is what we're going to be having right here and right now early. I'm going to try to see what we can do with the Siphon. Unfortunately, this is the return Siphon. And it's going to be our friend Nuki Clunk pushing up. He's going to try to pull it. He is! Boyka wasn't aware of it. He's going to get that battery relatively unscathed. And Boyka doesn't even get the return Siphon, so he's not even going to get that much shields back. He gets it now, but he's a little late. And now he's going to get hunted down by Nuki Clunk. Benny and company are on Boyka's case. Great job from Boyka. Getting a little bit of more time to be in the air, but too much time in the air, actually. We'll get him juiced. On the other end, Camp does find the kill on the Benny without an eject. Unfortunately, Camp misses his Siphon, so that's going to be a huge opportunity for Nuki Clunk. Nuki Clunk barely survives with the skin of his teeth. Camp and Nuki are so close in health ending. And it's going to be Camp that finds it! Oh man, that was really scary. I think maybe one or two more crits would have changed the amount of damage that Nuki would have needed to kill Camp. Camp plays very aggressively at the very end, but he seals the deal. Not today, he says to members only, as he evens up the score. Plus, now I think about it, because the Sin City squad won with Monarch, they have a lot of great picks in their handle. So they're allowed to play more Titans that they're allowed to play more Titans they're more comfortable with. The double ion comes out from one squad, the double ion comes out from the other squad. Great laser shot from Boyka, but he has to rotate up this garage area. He will find it. Doesn't hold Vortex long enough though, as him and Nuki will trade lasers at the end of the day. Bandifly in mid. Camp opting to try and play... Okay, Camp's been playing very aggressive against this team. He will find the great tripwire damage. Great punch. Camp actually is the one that's overall winning this trade, as his teammate will come and assist. Unfortunately, Camp misses the total laser shot, but the call is to just chase down Benny. Benny does get the eject off as... Oh, he's taking stim. Is he going to make it out this time? He does make it to the tower. Can you find it? He can't find the gooser. Bennyfly's pilot is in a phenomenal position to do a lot of chip damage, but never mind. Bennyfly gets taken out the game, and it's going to be Nuki Cluck with almost full health plus shields. Great movement by Camp to dodge the laser shot. Camp might be able to make it around this corner. He's going to make it around the corner. He needs to hold Vortex and make it around this corner. He actually doesn't even hold Vortex. He has to sprint. He does make it around the corner. Laser Core comes out on the Boyka. Boyka survives that as well. Camp parks the Titan, opts to start harassing with the pilot. Boyka needs to be very careful because one crit laser shot and he will be doomed. And Cap needs to play his life. Cap, oh, never mind. I say that and Boyka plays extremely aggressively with this movement. And Nuki still hasn't called out what Boyka is. Boyka unfortunately misses that shot as well. Boyka smartly gets himself a battery, and Nuki Cluck I don't think is aware. Nuki Cluck I think is full committed to try and kill his Auto Titan. Actually doesn't even get the Auto Titan kill. Matter of fact, it's just Camp that's just being an absolute menace. Great shot from Boyka, getting another shot onto Nuki's Titan. Nuki will eat the laser core. Nuki tried to get the Doom with the tripwire, tried to line up the punch, but unfortunately Boyka is just too far away. Boyka will seal the deal with the laser core, making the score 3-1. Or 2-1, excuse me, for the Sin City squad. Nuki couldn't make a clean decision, I don't think. He didn't know whether to turn around and go for Boyka's Titan, kill the auto, and he got a little jumbled up in mid, I believe. He eventually tried to kill Camp, but Camp played very elusive.
Come on, let's
Camp
leave them in the
survives.
dust.
Nothing gets done. Eventually, the last member of members only falls down. Double Tone is a selection from the Sin City squad. On the other side, we're going to have the Double Ronin. The Double Tone going to have a little bit more room to move around, especially since now the sonar has pinged out the Double Ronins, so they know exactly where the Ronins are going to want to come from. The question is, can they hold this battery control? Boyka has already given away his position, which I don't know if I like that idea, especially since now that he is the target of contention. I don't know if he can make it. Oh, that particle wall drop was kind of early. If he dropped it a little later, he might have bought himself more time, because now he's in the back of this corner. He got a lot of return damage, but at what cost? Benny has towards sword block. Both the Ronins are about half health. This is still not a great spot for Camp. Camp has to come up huge in this 1v2 versus, again, 2 Ronins. He's been spotted by one Ronin, spotted by the other Ronin. Drops particle wall at a very opportune time, actually, to mitigate a lot of damage. He needs to throw the sonar in the smoke in order to see where the Ronins are, and he's not going to be able to do it. Purple comes out by 1. He gets a Doom on 1. Tries to punch. Punches a little late. Camp, what will you do? So no options, so little time. He couldn't get the rip. Unfortunate. Matter of fact, neither was Nuki doomed. He couldn't find the rip on either Ronin. Even still nowhere to go. Camp retreated to the field, but he ran out of options and he ran out of health. With that, members only going to even up the score. Ronins are out of play for them, however. This map can be a Ronin playground. And we can see how Ronins essentially have a lot of ways to dive and just continuously chase you. We're going to have another double Atlas fight. It's going to be Boyka and Camp on the Tones fighting the double Ion composition. Boyka unfortunately already dropped the wall, and now Nuki's going to look to round the corner and make sure he doesn't try to pull the battery. Laser shot going to likely come out relatively soon, and it will find its mark. Boyka pops the tripwire, checking if it's come out. Does find a little bit of damage. Boyka getting the battery pull. Doesn't need too much damage for his shovels, and now he's going to fight the 1v1. There's no tripwires in play, so now he has to just heads up fight this Ion. Great punish on a Nuki Cluck. Ooh, that tripwire eating was kind of huge. Doppelganger gets pogged, but And Boyka will find the kill. Despite his connection being interrupted, he still finds the kill. Amazingly in the 1v1. Meanwhile, on the other end, Camp more than likely found the Doom on the Benny. Benefly eating 40 mil after 40 mil. Straight rocket curve. Benny doesn't block it. And that's going to be 3-2 for the Sin City squad.
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
Unfortunately, Nuki doesn't get the eject off, perishes to the salvo core, and he tried to heads up fight the Tone. The thing with heads up fighting the Tone is that it's very dangerous because if you don't correctly mitigate Tone's damage output, she will just kill you. We saw it there. Again, Ion has a very hard time winning the core war. But speaking of matchups, we got Legions versus Ronins. Legions have huddled around this right side battery. Meanwhile, the Rodents are pulling the other battery. Batteries have been exchanged. But Camp, not watching his footing, is going to eat a power shot for his trouble. Great punish by the members only team. I'm going to start riding with them now. We're back towards Camp. Camp often just plays very slow. But the thing is, Camp can't hang out here. He's already been power shot, I believe, at Gunslinger 3 times. I think that's all the power shots coming out for members only. So they're going to have to defend themselves straight up with this Predator Cannon. Alright, this is their last power shot. It has now been drawn. Another process will come up soon from Benny. For incoming, however, one of the Legions got stuck reloading. It's not a great time to reload, especially. Great now, actually, excuse me, great block from Boyka. Can't block the other one, but actually the Legion maneuverability has been phenomenal by these two teams. Camp's gonna fall down. Boyka hasn't secured the rip yet, but Bennyfly unfortunately put up the gun shield, and Boyka with the face rip is going to seal the deal. We have a bracket reset, 3 games straight for Sin City. All Sin City needs now is 3 more wins to end it all. However, we're back to a 0-0 scoreboard. Members only needs to find their footing. Despite them having the map pick twice, the rounds have ended, I believe the same score has been a 4-2, I believe. If not, I believe it's been a 4-2 both times. They need to find their footing because Sin City, I think, is just out coordinating this members only squad. Sometimes they get a little jumbled up. I'm not sure if they're still frazzled or not, but we've seen how synergistic this squad specifically can be. So here we are. Game 1 of the bracket reset. Because the bracket's been reset, I'm going to say it again. The score is 0-0 for those of you that are watching at home, or if you just tuned in. Who's going to win it all? Sin City, or will it be the members only team? Members only, unfortunately, lost their first initial set in the grand finals, but they still have time to adjust and win it all. So we're going to see if they can do it here in their pick of Complex.
This is for yours. We are stronger united.
Here we are locked in. Game 1 of the bracket reset. We got the double ions coming up from Boyka and Camp. It looks like it's going to be the one who opts to pull the battery. We're going to ride with Camp, as Camp is going to opt to walk down this blue hallway. Camp has walked down this blue hallway against another team, but you got to be careful because we know how members only likes to play. If they catch you out, they're going to try to full commit to you and kill you. Thankfully, Camp actually gets down the blue hallway and opts to play safe. Boyka, I believe, is fighting Benny either through the window or in mid. And that's another thing about members only, is that members only are very good about playing these cheeky angles and these cheeky positions. Unfortunately, Boyka misses the slant shot on the laser. Thankfully, doesn't need the tripwire damage. Camp's positioning is very good. However, the problem is that he's playing Ion. He's able to support Boyka, but then if he supports Boyka, he doesn't have the energy to deal with Nuki, especially with the fact that Nuki has the battery advantage. Camp opting to press melee and get into actually a very good amount of health advantage. Meanwhile, on the opposite end, Boyka is winning the 1v1 versus Benny. Benny flies going to get doomed. Benny flies pops the laser core. However, Benify doesn't eject. Boyka thought he'd eject, but he doesn't. Benify ejects now. Opts to play as a pilot. Boyka doesn't seal the deal, and because of that, Camp is now in a horrible position against the squad that is members only. Great laser shot from Camp. Opts to push up and use the laser core, but is not going to be able to find as much value as he'd like. Matter of fact, our friend Nuki's going to come back around and kill Camp. Members only go up 1-0 on Complex. Maybe this is the momentum they need to get back in the game. We're going to find out how far they can take it all the way through. But that's one comfort pick eliminated for them. We've seen the strategy. Pick Ion first. Ion will cover most of the bases. But the thing is that both these players are very comfortable playing the Ion. We've seen Ion from Nuki a few times in the other 2v2 tournaments. Now that Ion's eliminated from the pool, the Sin City squad is going to opt to take the double Legion. Now it's a mixed bag. Last time I said they're going to pick Tone on Colony. I made the wrong call. They picked them up. So we're going to find out what they opt to select here. Maybe they realized that battery was a little slow. They're going to know now that the team is double Legion due to that power shot being already brought through. If I'm not mistaken, that was a Siphon. So they actually did run into the double Monarchs again, similar to their game on Colony. Boyka being positioned cheekily around the corner, but the Monarchs are the ones that have the health advantage. So the members only squad might opt to wait. We've seen how patient they are. They're willing to play time. They're willing to play for any nook and cranny of advantage they can get. No official damage has been inflicted onto the Monarchs. However, our friend Boyka is running the corner. He got a nice power shot on a Benny. Benny's going to get forced out, and so is his teammate Nuki. They're both trying to barrel down the hall. Meanwhile, Camp throws 2 power shots down. And they might have found the damage they needed with just that push alone. The Legion successfully hurting the Monarchs. Tried to find the power shot. The Legions opt to throw all their damage to completely destroy the battery. Benify opts to walk out. It's going to get a lot of damage with its XO16, but he's a little too close for comfort. Never mind, barely makes it around the corner. It doesn't need the close range power shot. Benify may likely have secured. I'm not sure if he actually know. It depends on how much damage Camp did to Nuki Clunk earlier. Oh my god, Boyka tried to do a hugely brazen play. He tried to get out and kill Nuki Clunk as a pilot when he had no more Predator Cannon cooldowns because he was stuck in a reload. Boyka on the other end, he's going to go for a battery of his own. 1 minute is left on the clock. Typically with this matchup, this is how we like to see, is that if the Legions can't isolate the Monarchs will just play passive and just essentially just outweight the Legions. Camp smartly turns around. Is he going to know? No, instead, I think the call has been the fact that both Monarchs are here in this hallway. Ooh, they might be able to isolate Mr. Nuki, but Nuki is going to get power shot back towards his friend Legion. Nuki's going to get taken out that game. Benify is now the call. The good news is that Benify has the cloak, so Benify is going to survive both these smart cores that actually have been popped. 21 seconds remain on the clock. Benify has to come up huge with the pilot play. As a matter of fact, I think the Monarch coming out from Nuki, Boyka popped his gun shield. This is an opportunity for Benny to start playing aggressive. Benify might be able to get killed on Boyka, and he does secure the kill. On the other hand, Camp is trying to put Benify into the ground. This is a very risky option. However, Benify trying to use all of his movement to survive, but he can't dodge enough of the Legion Predator Cannon. Great tracking by Camp. And they will succeed over the double Monarch.
The sword is yours, pilot.
1-1 is now the score. Sin City immediately putting a halt to the members-only squad momentum. Now they themselves will select the double Ion. However, members-only still has access to the double Monarch, and with the fact that the Legions are no longer in play, the double Monarch is looking a little bit more... looking a little bit more playable. This map is definitely more CQC focused, so playing... I was about to say playing Tone. It's going to be a little harder to escape. But the double Tone comes out from them. Yeah, I'm trying to see if we can find a cheeky laser shot. Boyka using the little peek spot through the mid hallway. You can see it there that he has eyes on mid that way. Members only, more than likely, they are in the dome side. Boyka already securing immediately health advantage for his team. This means that as long as camp doesn't get hit, they're allowed to play this hallway as passive as they want. They can keep throwing tripwires. Another great laser shot from Boyka. We'll punish Benny again. Again, as long as they contain this hallway, the Tones are not allowed to walk through for free without eating tripwire damage, along with the combined assault of the two respective players. Oh, Cap got a nice reflex. He caught both rocket salvos as well. Boyka's going to be the one to go all the way in. He's going to hold Vortex for a bit. He understands he's locked on. Unfortunately, doesn't catch that much of it. Matter of fact, he uses all of his energy on that next laser shot. The brawl ensues, but Captain Boyka opts to disengage. Ragnarok's try to come out. Matter of fact, Boyka's going to eat a lot more damage than I think he'd like, and that's definitely going to give someone core, and it's going to be Boyka the one getting core. Nice sidestep on the tracking rocket. Salvacool comes out. Boyka tried to throw a little bit L-time punch. Great disengage from Benny. He survives a little bit longer. Boyka tries to find the splitter rifle shots, and on the back end, Nuki Cluck is going to fall. Benefly by himself. Benefly no more. 2-1's the score for Sin City, as they this time will win. Ion v Tone.
Half time.
Pilot control initiated. Focus. Plan. Attack.
Now, despite the fact that they're up 2-1, unlike their last game on Colony,
Come on,
I believe they didn't win a round with the Monarch, so their pick pool is starting to get smaller and smaller. Meanwhile, on the other end, the double Legion lock-in for the members-only squad is there, and they're gonna fight the double North Star on Complex. I wonder if that cluster... It looks like he got the cluster missile on the battery. Ooh, Boyka stared death in the face, but thankfully he lived to tell the tale. He's trying his best to goose the pilot on the battery. Has a bit of a cheeky angle, but unfortunately hasn't been able to find the mark with the railgun. One collision project has been used. He sees the Titan in the little rafters. You can actually hit a shot through there, I believe, if the plasma railgun is small enough, but he will eat a power shot for his troubles. Build up a Benefly. But despite that, members only going to be the ones that have health advantage. Boyka opt into position a bit further back. Thankfully, it doesn't need that long range power shot. Again, anytime you peek this way as North Star, you are taking a huge risk because you can poke at Legion, but if the Legion hits you once square in the face, you're immediately losing by a lot. And with this style of map, there's not exactly a whole lot of places North Star can go. Boyka trying to find a cheap shot on our friend. He will find it. Matter of fact, gets the cluster missile of him as well. So that's going to give him a little bit more damage. Meanwhile, we're going to go back to camp. Camp is still fighting Benny in the end of the hallway. Batteries have come back into play. Trying to find a power shot. The problem is that the North Stars aren't going to be able to get this battery over this Legion. This Legion is just going to sit at the battery hole, and anytime one of them disembarks, it's going to be a free power shot. opts to play actually kind of aggressively. Does find a shot on a Benny. Finds a cluster on a Benny. Camp needs to get out of this area. Camp needs to sprint out of this area. I don't know about this hover, Chief. This hover's a little questionable because of the fact he doesn't have the Viper throws. And now I think he might be too close. Oh, never mind. He didn't opt to close range. He used the long range power shot. But Cap is going to get faced down by 2 Legions. And Cap is going to go down eventually. There's 2 power shots. Cap's stuck in a bit of an awkward spot. He gets the crit, but I just realized on the back end, as I was talking about the batteries, Boyka himself gets goosed for going for the battery. Members only will gladly take that pilot kill added to the pile of this event. They're gonna have themselves another round. Camp forced to play aggressively on the North Star towards the double Legions. Fortunately, he's not Viper. He himself, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Double Monarch is now the play from the members only squad, and they decide to lock in the double North Star again. I don't know about this decision, Chief. I think he missed a cluster missile that time, so they're going to be able to get back in. As a matter of fact, they're going to know it's double North Star, meaning that the double Monarchs might just be able to run down the hallway. Great shot by Boyka to get some of the damage off of the Clunk shield. However, the North Stars are not being run down by Benny's Monarch. Benny instead opts to disengage, and because of that, the North Stars now have room to backpedal. Instead, now they're just fighting the hallway. Nobody is backing up. Everyone is opted to just fight this hallway. They're trying to find a Doom on a Benny. Nice shot by Boyka. Can he find one more shot to get the Doom on a Benny? No, instead, both of them are opting to play this piece of cover. The double tethers are coming out from the Sin City squad. They found a huge Doom onto one Monarch. Camp opted to dash aggressively. Ooh, great shot again by Boyka. They're trying to eliminate Benefly as soon as possible. Like when Monarch was peeking down the mid. Here's the problem though. Again, we're in the same. Oh, never mind. Benefly actually opted to take the eject. He values his pilot harassment over his own Titan life. However, he's stuck in front of Camp. Benefly. Look at him. Look at him go. Look at him evade. He's still alive. Benefly is going to be able to harass for free. Matter of fact, Camp has to dodge his own cluster this one, not get duped. Meanwhile, Camp unfortunately runs face first in a Nuki Glove, and Camp has taken the phase hit. However, he's going to run into Benefly, and Benefly is going to take him out the game. Benefly's still alive, by the way. But now it's on Boyka to play aggressively towards a Monarch. Enough from the battery, but I believe the Monarch's going to quad dash in. Here she comes. Couldn't find the kill with the pilot, but we're going to see the flight core. No, unfortunately, ill-advised time to fight the flight core. He should have opted to rotate in mid first. Now he's not going to have flight core anymore, and that Monarch's going to run right back in and do a lot of damage to Boyka. Boyka at this point, he's just trying to kill Benny. He's still trying to all-in Benny, and Nuki will put him down.
For yours, we are stronger united.
3-2 is the round count. One more round for the members only, and they will have won their first game of the bracket reset.
We haven't lost
Sin City
yet.
isn't out of it.
Show them with the 6-4.
They're trying to make it through the marathon. They're stumbling a little bit. Ooh, double Ronin at the very end against double Monarch on Complex. I don't like your odds, Sin City, but we're going to see if you can score jackpot this round. If Sin City doesn't get to play the double Ronin of their own in the mirror match, it's going to be huge. Boyka's playing around this corner very cheekily, but the problem is that if he gets spotted out at all, it's going to spill the end so fast for him. No one has seen anyone yet. The atmosphere being so tense, both teams opting to play slow. I think more than likely they don't know. More than likely. Never mind, they just spotted now. Bennyfly unfortunately loses half his shields early. Camp and company opting to hold this dome side. He's gonna walk up. Camp has to be very careful when walking down this hallway, because if he does, he is going to for sure eat 4 arc waves, and he's going to die. He understands this. He's debating his options. Don't do it, Camp. 1 arc wave down, phase in, incoming from Nookie Clock, 2 arc waves down. Camp opts to take the heads up fight, but Benny is right next to him. And matter of fact, Camp's teammate is not next to him. But however, he's taking minimal damage, which is very good. Nookie Clock trying to go in, trying to do as much damage as he can to Camp. Camp does get some focus, but he's going to pop it before he gets doomed, unfortunate. And on the other end, Boyka gets the rip of his own, but Sword Core incoming from Benny Boy. He's going to get 1 swing guaranteed. Great melee boss coming out from Boyka. Tries to find another swing, tries to find another swing. Benify misses the whip punish barely. Oh, great siphon coming out. That's going to buy him a lot of time. He got the upgrade core. Because of that, he has a lot more health. Punch for punch incoming. No phase from Benify. He has to make this rip count all on his own. Great movement from Boyka. The 1v1 continues. He's going to dash down his hallway for sure. Build space from the Ronin phase is not an option for Benny. You're running the double arc wave kit. You don't have anomaly. He's 1 pixel. He tries to win the game. And Sin City are going to even it up 3-3. What an absolute way to finish that round.
The sword is yours, pilot.
Now, that might have been the round that Sin City needed to get back into the game, because now they themselves have the double Ronin pick, I think, still available. And in the Ronin mirror, I think they are the ones that are also favored. Boyka and Camp, phenomenal Ronin players on their own. The one, and of course, Benny, of course, no slouch either, but Nookie is not experienced as all these other players. So we're gonna see what the final climatic clash is. 1 arc wave already burned, 2 arc waves burned. That's a huge cooldown loss for members only. They might look to engage just off of that. They are Camp opting to face tank a little bit for the squad. The call was to try and harass Boyka, who doesn't have shields. Camp lost all his shields. Actually, shields traded. Great blocks from Boyka. They're holding their position relatively well. Members only is. Another arc wave down. Camp doing a great job trying to land as much damage as he can. However, Nookie has no phase. They're getting slowly forced out of mid. Camp taking this point into the aggression. He landed a lot of great unblocked shots as well. Another arc wave comes out. It's going to be Camp. The first one with Sword Core. Camp doesn't opt to pop it. He pops it now. Camp incoming with the Sword Core. He misses 1 swing. He gets another one. He gets another one. And there goes 1 member of members only. 2 Ronins that are doomed against the Nookie Cloak by himself. 1 swing is good from Camp. Surprisingly, Nookie doesn't fall down yet. Nookie holding on with a pixel of 0 life. And Boyka will shimmy out the melee. And he'll get the kill. 4-3 the score. Complex ends. 1-0 the score on the bracket reset for Sin City. Absolutely climatic and fitting for our grand finals. Or not really, or excuse me, a first game for our grand finals. It's not even the end of the tournament yet. The members only looked a lot better informed that game. So it seems now that they have found their footing as for how they want to play against the Sin City squad. They were given a lot of games to adjust, and we could see it there. If that round with the Monarch v Ronin didn't end in Sin City's favor, more than likely at this point, we'll be looking with members only, with a ton of momentum, already trying to win this entire tournament for themselves. However, even though Sin City tripped a little bit, they're keeping it trucking. They're still going in this reset. They've got a 1-0 lead. Coming up behind them, it's members only. They're not out of it yet by any means. And here we are. Game 2 of the reset. We're going to War Games. Another map selection from the members only squad. They are taking Sin City to wherever they want. They're forcing Sin City to play a bunch of different maps, a bunch of different tactics, going the extra mile if they want to win this tournament. All the while, they themselves want to steal back momentum, and they're going to see if they can do it here.
Pilot mode online.
Here we are. The selection from members only has been the double ion once again. Again, they like to rock this comp at the start. Our friend Nookie Clunk can secure a battery for himself. He will get it. Meanwhile, the double ions on the other side are also important. Sin City hasn't elected to pull this battery on the left side, but they will actually, in fact, hit mid. Boyka coming up mid, but Boyka's going to be sandwiched between two members, and it's going to be Benefly, actually the one with not enough health to tank. Lizard comes out. Great eject from Benefly. He did a ton of damage on the camp. He decides not to shoot his charge rifle. Boyka's waiting to see where he is. Nice falling charge rifle from Benefly. We get to watch the pilot. Never mind. We don't get to watch the pilot work at all. Boyka will put him down. On the other side, Nookie Clunk, I believe, has secured 2 batteries for himself, so he has full health plus a ton of core. The question is, can he isolate one of the members of Sin City? He's trying to bide his time. I think he understands the mid battery is coming up relatively soon. He pinged himself on the radar, so now Sin City is going to know exactly where he is. But actually, as I've mentioned before, Sin City likes to play a lot more aggressively than most teams. So because of that, Camp is going to get doomed for his troubles. Boyka will get a battery for himself. Camp doing his best to stall out Nookie. Camp is a little too close. Camp successfully baited that melee. Camp, however, is going to have to take an eject. He opted to use phase. Can he juke on the laser core? No, he cannot. Boyka, however, has gotten 2 batteries for himself. Great recognition from Nookie to understand that wasn't his tripwire. Try to laser shot. I don't... Boyka actually opted to take all of that so he can laser core the opposing ion, getting almost 90% of his entire health bar in one fell swoop. Boyka committed to his aggression, and he is rewarded for it. Now he's still committing to his aggression. Great block from Boyka as well. He's trying to get this Doom, and he will find it. Nookie Clunk, understanding that he's out of options, doesn't even commit. He says no more. Is only going to lose the first round of War Games.
Transferring controls to manual operation.
Members only once again locking in the double ion selection for themselves. Instead, Nookie Clunk's gonna be the one to take this left side. Bennyfly might be the one who looks for the battery. Monarch free ion. That is the matchup. Great job from Nookie getting himself 2 laser shots. However, mid battery has been claimed, and the circle might be trying to instead they don't try to collapse. Instead, it will be Nookie Clunk the one that's collapsed on. Well, try to defend himself as best he can against the double Monarch onslaught. I believe Boyka has opted to turn around and try to hold Benefly. Meanwhile, Benefly gets laser core in the background. Boyka tries his best to evade, but there's too much laser core duration. You're gonna die, Boyka. Boyka doesn't take an eject. Because of that, he's taken out of the game. Yeah, unfortunately, couldn't get the Doom with the rocket salvo in the punch combo. Because of that, Nookie Clunk opts not to pop the laser core. He does pop it now. He does find a lot of good damage on the camp. Pilot in the sky. You don't know where he went. Arc grenade comes out. Great stick. Ooh, Camp was so close to that rocket salvo, but the charge rifle is about to start putting in some damage. Monarch doesn't have exactly a burst ability that she can use to boost a pilot from that range. Now it's running out of health. Is Camp going to go for the Kraber? He tried to kill the pilot, but instead the pilot he was hunting got him. So because of that, it will be 1-1. Members only fighting back. But now they've been in this position a lot where they lose the ion pick. And so because the ion pick is down, I think it frees up a lot of other picks to come in.
Controls are handed to you, pilot.
Here we are. They're running the double tone selection. We're going to see if we get another double tone mirror, as we've seen in a lot of our past games. It is the double tone mirror once again. Pulse Echo comes out from one squad. Pulse Echo's on selection from the other team. But he wasted... He got a nice 2 lock-on shots as well. Oh, here comes the collapse, actually. Boyka actually opted to just play full aggressively onto the 2 members of members only. Boyka's definitely going to fall down here. Boyka tried to play aggressively, thought he needed to rescue his friend Camp. As a matter of fact, no, his pilot will survive. Benefly somehow still alive despite all the onslaught he's had to endure. Boyka eventually goes down. Benefly goes in the air as now it's Nuki Clone. Salvo Core incoming. Great arc grenade on the Camp. Camp gets Salvo Core of his own, but it's not enough time to deploy it this time around. It's going to be members only winning the tone mirror. I said it before, in the complex game, members only looking like they are shaping up, and it's paying off here in War Games. We got to see how much more gas does Sin City have left in the tank if they really want this tournament win.
Transferring controls to pilot.
The good news, however, is that that's Nuki's main pick eliminated from this pick pool. But they have the double Ronin towards the double tone. I'm not sure how things keep ending up like this, but here we are. Nuki Cook's been spotted on the sonar, so there's no way he's going to be able to goose his battery. However, Benefly will get mid. He gets slightly punished for it, but he will get that battery as Camp is now too close towards Benny. However, Benny doesn't have an arc wave to display that particle wall, but now the call is going to be to collapse on the Camp. He has an arc wave now. Camp is between 2 members of members only. Camp has to go up into the air already. Sword Core has been popped by Nuki Clunk. He's going to chase down Boyka. Boyka, how much way have you made? You actually stopped to wait around the corner. That was ill-advised. Arc wave comes out. Tone is slowed. Bennyfly has another Sword Core for you. It's your name on it, Boyka. What will you do? Punch? Never mind. Not good enough. 3-1 for members only. They secure themselves another win. However, we know now that members only at this point, they like to either lock in the Monarch or alternatively, they like to lock in the Legion at the very end.
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
So we're going to see which hitscan time they opt to select for themselves.
They don't have a chance.
Double tone is still the call from Sin City. And the double Monarch comes out. The problem is the double Monarch has to fight against the double tone, so they're not going to have the easiest time being able to do that. However, on the opposite end, I believe that Camp and company don't run the passive tone kits. They like to run the rocket barrage for that extra tracking rocket damage, whereas Nuki and company, they like to run the pulse echo kit. Enabling more locks and playing more passive. And all that mess. Well, one wall has been dropped. Meanwhile, Benefly unfortunately ate a full salvo in the back. Matter of fact, he's going to eat 2 salvos for his trouble. Matter of fact, he's going to eat 3 salvos for his trouble. Matter of fact, he's going to get doomed for his trouble. Matter of fact, he's somehow going to survive again! Benefly in the sky, he's harassing Boyka. Boyka trying to get Salvo Core online, but Boyka doesn't run over Core. We're going to be very careful as he doesn't get ripped. Thankfully, he doesn't. The collapse onto double Salvo Core, never mind. I was going to say the collapse onto this last Monarch hasn't been the greatest, but Doesn't have to be. If you get the job done, Camp will secure that win for the Sin City squad. 3-2 the score. And they're moving on up.
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
Now, the lock-in. The double Legion composition. Okay, the double Legions have to fight the double Monarchs once again. Seen how cheeky that Sin City had played on that crash site map. So we're going to see if they're going to look to do it again. Gets out of mid to get power shot first trouble. Anyone actually here? He actually does get successfully back into his Titan this time. So he's going to run face first into Boyka. Boyka did a little bit of damage, but he's not going to do any health damage. Ooh, unfortunately, Boyka... Or not unfortunately, Boyka. Unfortunately, Nuki actually stuck around a little too close. Bennyfly is going to eat some damage, and Nuki is going to lose that entire shield bar. He runs straight first into Boyka. As a matter of fact, he doesn't make it around the wall in time. He's going to need one power shot for his trouble. Boyka slowly but surely making his way around the wall. As now it's going to be Nuki that's out of position. He's going to get another power shot. I believe Boyka has popped the smart core. Smart disembark coming out from Nuki Cluck. Nuki Cluck going to opt to take Boyka's battery. Instead, opts to not, which I think was actually a great decision because had he got that battery, he would have gotten power shot into oblivion for stealing it. But Camp finds Bennyfly, and Bennyfly nowhere to go when a Predator cannon is in that close proximity to you. That's going to even up the round count. 3-3. We're coming down to another final round in this tournament. Only one team can win this game. So either after this round, we're either going to look at the score being a 1-1, or we're going to look at the score being 2-0 for Sin City. Can they continue to shut out? Double Ronin for Sin City. We know what they love, and that's that. Double Legion on the opposite end. Sin City, of course, no stops, just doing what they have to fight against. Boyka opting not to, actually now opts to go towards mid battery. Bennyfly not in position to actually harass mid. Said opts to back away. Now it's going to guarantee Boyka the battery. Bennyfly actually tried to hit him with a stalled power shot, but unable to find it. Oh, Bennyfly tried to get away, and now he has to pick a target. He unfortunately misses. Camp now here. Bennyfly ate a decent amount of damage, not into the world. He's going to find that power shot for sure. Bennyfly almost out of ammo. One power shot rings out. Camp has the sword core. Camp didn't block that power shot, but he doesn't need to as Bennyfly will fall down on the opposite end. It's going to be Nuki Cluck who also falls. Double sword core comes out. Nuki Cluck understands it's over. Takes the manual eject. 4-3 for Sin City, and they're going to go up 2-0 in the grand finals reset. Maybe, huh? Can someone inform me what's going on? Someone tell me what's happening. I'm not sure, Dino. I think someone... I'm gonna go into someone's VC real quick.
You know what I mean?
Alright, explain to me what happened.
Because they kind of...
Yeah, explain to me what happened so I can tell the audience.
Okay, so
I think Nuki just had to go.
yeah, he either had to go or he rage quit. I'm leaning more towards he just had to go. It's pretty
Nah, I'm
late.
leaning more towards like rage quit, bro.
Really? Nah. He just
Yeah,
had to
why
go.
did they stay like all the way like through 5 games?
It's been 6 hours, dude. Oh my god.
I know.
Alright, well, I'm going to inform the audience. Just want to know what's going on.
Yeah. So,
Alrighty, well. I just got word, fortunately. Did all the length of the event. Members only has opted to forfeit the last game. And due to that, your winners for the 2v2 LTS Shadow Roulette tournament is going to be Sin City coming all the way back from the loser side of the bracket. Congratulations to them. They themselves will win $200. And they can split that between themselves however they like. But that's going to be it for this tournament. Of course, be sure to join the TBT Discord to be updated on when our next event is. As far as I know, there's also been a bunch of other events that are looking to be planned. Fran obviously talking in the chat, seeing he wants to host a CTF event for the pilot players out there. As we got a lot of interesting things with the Kraber, specifically, I should mention. And despite the amount of complications we had, we're at a tournament. Things are done. Just want to give a special shout out. Thanks to everyone who's been sticking around. I know it's been quite a long event. And also, shout out to everyone who participated. People run a bracket. And I appreciate all the people behind the scenes. My name is Lethal Force, of course. And, well, more than likely, I'm going to see you guys next time. That way you can hear more of what's going on the competitive side of the community. Once again, congratulations to Sin City for winning this tournament. I actually spoke with Boyka plus Camp for a little bit, and Boyka really wanted a tournament win under his belt, and he's got it. Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. That's going to be the end of this broadcast. As now we're going to wait for the next announcement of our next LTS/CTF whatever tournament. Of course, stay followed to the channel and whatnot, as I'm still going to keep doing my thing. Be sure we're going to have more events for the rest of the year. So for me, I'm going to head up. Have a good night, afternoon, or evening, wherever you may be tuning in. And I'll be sure to post this VOD on YouTube at a later date. For now, take care of yourselves, everybody. And I'll see you in the next event for Titanfall 2.